What's going on, everybody? Welcome into Blazers Uprise Live. I need to put Eric up on the screen. There we go. It's a Monday night. How is everybody doing? This stream is going to be pretty laid back because there's not a whole lot to talk about. We'll talk a little bit about what the odds are the NBA season gets canceled, what the odds are that the restart doesn't go all the way through to fruition. You have a lot of reports in the past week or so about practice facilities shutting down. Now, obviously, that's teams in their home cities, and the players aren't quarantined or in a bubble in their home cities, so, maybe that doesn't foreshadow anything bad in Orlando, but of course, Florida, it's getting worse down there in Florida, so we'll talk a little bit about that. But starting off, we're just gonna talk with chat for a little bit. Normally we wait a while until we talk with chat, but let's jump straight into chat. So Zacho, you're about to shoot your shot. Are you sliding into DMs?
Girl?
Yeah, like what's your game plan? Who is she? I will give you top-notch advice, bro. I just dated a girl for like 3.5 years, man. Now I actually have like just a little sliver of understanding of how they work, because like I still don't have really any clue how they work. They're very sophisticated creatures. They're very hard to understand a lot of times, but I am a little bit more well versed than I was. Of course, Eric's been married for 20 years, so he has the most experience of any of us. So I'll give you some feedback. So he says he's gonna be smooth with a joke. What's that joke, man? You gotta post it here, man. You gotta get this top-notch feedback.
All right, so I have a question. He said she's out of his league. Does that mean it's like a famous person that lots of people try to get with, or is it like Twitter famous someone, or just someone that in real life that's kind of hot?
I'm going to get philosophical with you while you answer that question, Zacho. Unless it's like a celebrity or something, don't view somebody as out of your league, right? Like, every type of person has a specific type of person that they're attracted to, right? You might be that type of person. Who knows? You might be, I haven't seen your face. You might be the ugliest person in the world in your own opinion, but she might like the way you look. What commercial is that from? You're going to like the way you look. What shaving company is that?
I don't know.
I think it's Gillette. But
isn't that Men's Warehouse or something? The suits?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. Not someone who is hot and likes tall dudes. I'm not tall. I'm not ugly. Just look super young. He said Gillette. Yeah. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. I swear it was the Men's Warehouse. Because it's the guy with the deep-ass voice.
It is the Men's Warehouse, but yeah, Gillette's the best a man can get. Malcolm's right.
Oh, gotcha. That's pretty close. Okay, she likes tall dudes. There's no reason not to shoot your shot. What's the worst that could happen? She says no. You know what I mean? It might get a little awkward. If you get declined with somebody that you see a lot, it's on you to like make it so that it's not awkward. You know what I mean? But you can make it so that it's not awkward, in my opinion. If you approach a girl that you see a lot and you're worried about getting declined, you just gotta approach her like it's just a completely normal thing you're doing, right? You gotta be like completely laid back, like, shoot your shot, but don't come across as like super nervous, or don't come across as super how do I explain it? Don't make it a bigger deal than it is. Like, asking her on a date or shooting a shot, like, it's a completely normal thing. Every guy has to do it, it's not a big deal. And if she's not interested and she says no, like, okay, that's fine. You just gotta be completely yourself and completely normal with it. Still might be a little bit awkward, but don't make it more awkward than it has to be. Don't put that pressure on yourself.
When you ask it too, just think about having that Tory confidence when you say it. Like
100%, man.
Like, I'm not, because the more scared you are, the more like, will you go out with me sometime? Like, chicks don't like that stuff. Just be super confident and be like, hey, would you like to go out to dinner sometime, or whatever you want to do with her. I don't know what's allowed right now in your neck of the woods, but
yeah. Also, like, if you have a tactic, if you're gonna approach a girl and you have a tactic that you have in mind, it has to be something that you would like normally say in a normal setting. You know what I mean? Too many guys get caught up with like a girl that they kind of know, and then they approach them and they're not themselves. They like try this sort of like tactic that's not themselves, and girls see right through that. That's fake. That's not attractive. All right, you don't want her going out with you for like somebody you're not, right? You want her going out with you because she's into you. So if you're gonna approach a girl, don't come up with some sort of tactic or some sort of like, oh, I'm gonna be super smooth and like say this, and it's just like something completely not going along with who you are, right? You don't want, like, even if she's the hottest girl on the planet, you don't want to get put in a situation if you're just, it depends on what your intentions are, really. You know what I mean? Like, if you're trying to seriously date, like if you want to get married, then you don't want to be with a girl that doesn't like you for you and likes you for somebody you pretend to be, right? You'll have a ton of pressure, a ton of stress trying to live up to that person you're not, live up to that person you've been pretending to be. Whereas maybe she would have been happy with you being you, you know? So, yeah, just be yourself, man. Like, it's easiest to have confidence in just being yourself. If you're slightly socially awkward, like, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? If that's the way you are, that's the way you are. Like, I guarantee you it's gonna, you know, if you think you're awkward, you're probably more awkward in your own head than you are in somebody else's, right? Because a lot of people psychoanalyze themselves and focus too much on the things they say. So basically just a long-winded way of saying, yeah, just be yourself, have confidence in yourself, like, and just speak with meaning. You know, too many people get nervous when asking out a girl or like talking to a girl, and they don't have that extra like layer to their voice. I don't really know how to explain it, but with doing YouTube, I've really focused on my voice and the way I talk, and now I have like just a better overall voice. And I notice it in my day-to-day life, to be honest. Before I might have talked like this, you know, and I didn't really have like that extra layer to my voice. You hear the difference between this and talking like this. Like, this is a lot. This is different, you know? It might not seem like much, but I'm talking a lot more confident now than if I talked like this. You know what I'm saying? Do you hear that difference, Eric? A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't raise your voice.
It's not as drastic as you probably think, but yeah.
I mean, I'm also speaking through a mic. I mean, I didn't think it was like any different until I started applying it in my own like interactions. Because I interact with like a lot of like different people during the day, and it's obviously like just kind of, you know, it's picking up food, dropping off food, whatever. But I can notice a difference in the way people respond to me based on how I talk. So I've actually kind of experimented with like approaching people in different ways, and I've actually, I don't know, I've picked up on different signals. I'm not gonna lie, there are I mean, there's a couple girls I pick up from that you know, I talk to them in a specific way, and I can tell they like it a little bit. You know, they get all giggly. You can read the signs. You know, I ain't gonna out anybody, but you know. I don't know how to say that without sounding like a complete tool, but it's true. Like, it's just the way you talk. It's just having confidence, and that's, even if you're faking it, they don't have to notice that, you know? So.
Yeah, listen to Mute That Bozo. That would not be a good line to...
Oh, man.
Trevin had a good one, too. Just tell her something about how you're really good at getting hit by cars and still standing. That'll impress her, right?
For real, bro. I mean, shoot. Like, I don't know. Like, if I can get hit by a car and stay standing, that means I can handle anything she throws at me. Like, because I got hit by a car. So, Leo, what is your 17-year-old ass cringing at in regards to me talking about females? You're a young buck. Class is in session. All right. But no, like for any of you guys, I don't think we have any girls watching this, unless maybe Eric's mom's in here. But you know, the majority of my viewer base is male. So for you guys out there, a way to take the pressure off yourself. I've studied a lot of like psychology and stuff because I actually am like into it. All right, so a lot of this is just based on me like reading up about psychology and stuff. but I love like kind of like talking about this type of stuff. If you're gonna approach a girl, the way you can take the pressure off yourself is to not view her rejecting you in a bad way, right? A lot of people, if they get rejected by a girl, they think like, oh, there's something wrong with me in their eyes, or I'm not good enough for them, that's why they said no, that type of thing. If they reject you, it just means that they don't think you're like the right type of person for them, you know, because everybody has their specific type. That's not anything wrong with you if you're not the type for them, right? It's not anything wrong with you at all. Like, people are attracted to specific types of people. They're going to be attracted to less people than they're not attracted to. Like, if somebody has a type of person, only a few people are going to fit that type. So if you get rejected, the way to look at it is not, what's wrong with me? Why did she reject me? I'm not good enough for her. Maybe I'm not attractive, that type of thing. Just look at it as like, oh, she's into a different type of person than she thinks I am. That's nothing wrong with me. I just got to, find the person that is into who I am. Like, it might sound kind of similar, but it's a lot less negative towards yourself. If you just look at it like, I'm just not the type for her, and that's fine. Like, I don't know. Is that good? Is that good advice?
Yeah. To build on that a little bit, like, obviously we don't know anyone like super well, but just knowing what we know about them, like, they mostly seem like nice guys and stuff. So, like, if a girl doesn't like you or doesn't want to date you, like, like you said, you shouldn't feel that's like a knock on you or whatever. It's just that girl might be looking for something that it's just not you, and you don't want to get in a situation where you try to be what she's looking for either, because like you said, that'll just end up in a disaster at some point, because once she finds out you're not really like that, you're too nice to be like that, like, it won't work out. So, like, if you're too nice, or you're like, I don't know, she's looking for some sort of thing that you're not, it just doesn't matter. Who cares? Like, move on, find someone else who actually likes you.
Since this is a basketball channel, I'm going to make a analogy with Blazer basketball, right? So this offseason, say the Blazers re-sign Hassan Whiteside. You have Hassan Whiteside and Nurk. Say Andre Drummond in free agency. Say he wanted to sign with us. All right? Forget all the CBA stuff or whatever. Let's say we had Hassan Whiteside and Yusuf Nurkic, and Andre Drummond wanted to sign with us. Why would we want Andre Drummond? We already got two centers that can't really play together. Why would we want to add Andre Drummond to that? Like, there's literally no point. There's no upside there, right? Like, obviously, like, we're not going to have interest in Andre Drummond in that situation. That doesn't mean Andre Drummond is a bad player. He's still a good player. It's just, for us in our specific situation and what we'd be looking for on the free agent market, like, it doesn't make sense to add Andre Drummond. So that's a comparison. Just because you get rejected doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you.
And also, like, look at the draft or whatever. Like, a guy like Giannis falls to the 15th pick. There was 14 other teams that thought they liked someone better than Giannis, and all 14 of those teams would rather have Giannis than whoever they picked right now. So, like, just look at it that way. Like, they might have their eye on someone else. You don't know their situation fully, so they might not be thinking of you in that way, and then you kind of catch them off guard or whatever. But it's like Dionysus says, it's literally a numbers game, dating. So,
Javo, man. I didn't even... Okay, good luck with that, man. But oh, that's funny. Whiteside is a girl who thinks she is a 10, but in reality she is a 7. And Mel is the chick who used to be a solid 8 but has become a 4 after years of plastic surgery. That's harsh. Yeah, so God, what was I gonna say? Oh, what was I gonna say? Shit. I had something really good to say, I think. I don't know, I don't remember if it was really good or not, but I think it was really good and I forgot it. Oh yeah. So, like, I know I've said be yourself, right? But to a certain extent, you know what I mean? Like, just because I say be yourself doesn't mean you approach a girl and say, I saw some cap on the timeline. Luka's better. Dame's better than Luka. Will you go out with me? Like, you know, like, you know, the shit post, the shitty posts that you make on Twitter probably, you know, don't approach a girl with that. You know what I mean? Like, be yourself to a certain extent, right?
Zacho's sarcasm with every comment he makes.
Yeah, like, I'm not going to talk the same way to a girl as the same way I'm going to talk to chat, you know? But there's multiple layers of everybody's personality, you know? People act different when they're associating with different people. So it's more like, be yourself to a certain extent, or just like, you know, the way you guys posted here is not how you talk to your family. It's not how you talk to, like, everybody's versatile in the way they kind of act to a certain extent. What I mean by be yourself is don't be gimmicky. Don't try to be something you're not. Just approach the situation like you normally approach a situation, you know, I don't know, like you'd normally approach a girl. The thing is, I think some of you have no idea how you'd normally approach a girl, you know, but I don't know. I know you guys get what I'm saying. All right. I know you guys get what I'm saying. Destrom, you're going to get a 300-second ban if you don't delete that post. I give you 1 minute to delete that post. I will not allow that cap. I will not allow that cap in my chat.
Chat line.
Yep. God, I cringe every time I say that word. I say it as a joke, though. I don't understand how people say that word seriously. Like, how can you take yourself serious if you use that word seriously? Leo, 300-second ban if you don't delete that, bro. The thing is, I think 300-second bans delete all of the comments that people have said. So I'm not going to, like, joke around like I used to with those. Because I think some people might watch the chat back. But, yeah. So, like, People's Mix, I'm not sure if any of his comments in any chat show up.
I don't know.
Lori. Anyway. So Zacho, are you feeling more confident or less confident? Don't get mad at her if she rejects you and say, your coaches said this would work, all right? Like, sometimes a coach draws up a play out of timeout and it doesn't work. Happens to Stotts all the time. I mean, don't make me ban that word. I 1000% do not miss People's Mix. He was posting some stuff on his Twitter today. Apparently, I didn't see it, but I trust my source on this. That was very not okay, and I'm not even going to, like, go into it. I don't even joke about missing People's Mix. Because there's no way in hell I will ever miss that guy. I hope he's watching right now. I hope he's watching. I will never miss you, bro. Like, you need to get some help, and I'm not even joking. Like, oh God, I ain't even gonna go into this kid. Like, he legitimately needs some help, man. Like, he has some issues, and I hope he sorts them out. He ain't gonna sort them out here, though, so he ain't coming back. I don't miss him. You notice how Eric is, chat, you notice how silent Eric is?
Yeah, I'm done talking about him.
Yeah, Eric. A big part of Eric just wants to, like, rip him a new one every time he hears his name. And I don't blame him. I do too. But, yeah, no. We ain't gonna talk about him. He doesn't deserve our attention. Zacho just got all our attention. Zacho deserves our attention, though. Zacho, we will want an update. When do you plan on going forth with this, bro? And if you don't go forth with it, like, we're gonna be disappointed, man. We did not waste 20 minutes of stream coaching you up for nothing. So, actually, I'd probably just put more pressure on him. No, you know, it's no big deal, man. You'll just have 100 people waiting on the update. Tori, your orders are going through now. Yeah, I'm glad. Sorry that took so long. For anybody that doesn't know what he's talking about, my merch got delayed because of the pandemic. They were a bit backed up and not really manufacturing much, so like the way it works is you have different like print providers for different types of clothing, and I think I forget because I haven't looked at it in about a month, but I think I had like 1 or 2 different print providers, and they were both I think they're both in the U.S. I don't remember how I set it up. I just know that the timeline for like buying your merch and then getting it produced and then getting it got slowed down a lot because of the pandemic. So we got you with that merch. Too bad. I gotta buy Eric. I'm gonna buy you merch right now, bro. Because I'm gonna keep forgetting because I'm just constantly busy.
Well, now that my bet's off with People's Mix,
I know that's what
I
I was thinking.
charcoal hoodie.
Yeah, I got you. Let's see here.
Yeah, that post that Trae Young was better than Damian Lillard.
Bro, people just say that so a bunch of people freak out and they get a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And people always give it to them. And the thing is, I see people that post that stuff and they'll go to their page and it will be like 8 different people that I follow or like that watch this channel follow them. It's like, why do you guys follow these people? I don't get it. Like, Trevin is kind of one of them that like follows a lot of people. Well, a lot of those type of people.
It's because like there's a few people in here, and you know who you are, that will follow anyone if they follow them back just to get to like 1,000 followers or whatever.
But then they like engage in all that stuff, and honestly, that group chat on Twitter, at least 50% of it is people posting like shitty takes like that, and then everybody freaking out in the group chat, and then everybody from the group chat going and commenting on that Twitter post. Like, I'll engage with it a little bit, but it's like, ugh. Like, I always try and steer the conversation away from it, because it's just like, man, y'all really got nothing better to do every day. Oh, look what this guy saw. This guy said Trae was better than Dame, and then one of them will go and make a post saying, saw some cap on the timeline, had to fix it up real quick. Dame is greater than Trae Young. Like, it's so corny to me, man. Maybe I'm just an old head now that I'm 24, like, but like, I grew up on Twitter, you know what I mean? And I swear, when I was that young, we were not that like cringy and corny. I don't know. I bet you there's one person watching this that feels very personally attacked right now. I don't know who. I'm not even thinking of anybody specifically, but I know there is. I know there is a lot of people in here on Twitter, and that's the type of stuff I see a lot.
Yeah, I found myself like starting to think like some of these Twitter people how they talk. And I'm like, dude, no, stop.
Oh, I know. Bro, like, they're going to convert you to a 16-year-old with a bunch...
Like, I made a comment on, like, one of Trevin's posts or someone's post earlier, and Trevin said, this doesn't sound like you, or something.
I saw that, too, and he was right, too. That's what was funny about it.
I know, but that's why I said it. Like, I'm just...
And you posted him a question mark. Or you said thanks with a question mark as if you did know exactly what he was saying.
That's why I said thanks.
Oh, because it's like you don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
I know. No, I'm trying to mess with people, but like, I didn't do a very good job.
It fits in too well to everything else they see on Twitter. You gotta be their shining light, bro. Don't give in to the darkness, man. Yeah. I don't want to have to like rewire your brain into being like a good basketball mind again.
I could have said biggest cap I've seen on the timeline.
Biggest cap. It's a fat old cap, man. Do you want me to put your email on it, Eric?
Sure.
Go into the Discord and like send me your email, your phone number, and your address.
Alright.
You wanted 2x or 3x?
Let's do 3x if they run kind of tight.
Yeah, they do run kind of tight.
And it'll shrink.
Yep. Because I know I'll forget about this unless I like handle this with you right now. So.
Yeah, I want the charcoal hoodie one, if you don't mind.
It's not cringy. Yeah, I got you. It's not cringy if you don't make it out to be cringy. You can say that about any situation. Like, bro, that doesn't apply. Like, it is cringy. Like, it's just that's the way it is. Like, I saw some peeps question answered on Dan Meringue's interview with Little. What are you talking about? At least Sean Rip City never made the group chat cringy. I don't even know who that is. I like recognize that name, and I know I should probably know who that is, but
yeah, my problem is Destrom. The like clothes aren't really made for tall people, so you have to buy them like big and tall, so they're long enough. If I get a 2X, then after a couple washes, it'll not be long enough. So I have to sacrifice it looking a little baggy width-wise for it to be long enough.
You can always shrink clothes. You can't grow them.
Right.
So, yeah. And with this pandemic, who knows when we're going to be in a gym again? Like, it's going to fit.
Yeah.
Dude, I need to lose some weight, but I don't want to just go running the streets. Like, I'd prefer to have my gym open back up, but they postponed any county's ability to move on to the next phase for 2 weeks, even though we met the benchmarks. It's like, were those benchmarks a mistake then, or what?
Yeah. Brett, I don't think even if Nurk loses weight that he'll be able to play the 4. There would be certain teams and certain situations where he would be able to, I guess, but as long as we have Dame and CJ, we have to have a 3 and a 4 that can have switchability on defense and versatility to guard multiple positions. And if we have 2 bigs, that kind of destroys any chance we have of having any kind of perimeter defense. So I don't see it working out on Portland. Maybe if he joined another team, but yeah, I don't see it working out as long as Dame and CJ are on this team.
Do you want express shipping for an extra $36?
Not that desperate.
It literally costs less to make than it costs to express ship it. Yeah, no, I was kidding. I ain't paying extra there. I don't even think it's that much faster. I don't know how much faster it is, but all right. Fulfilled. It is. Let me see here. Cool. Yeah, Dionysus he ordered a gray hoodie, and it shipped out yesterday.
Nice.
And then yours says being sent to production. Cool. If you guys want to buy merch, blazersuprise.com/merch. It'd still be cool to come out with some new merch, but I don't want to come out with something people don't want or don't want to buy. And I know it's like people are tough. Like, it's kind of tough to, like, I don't know. A lot of people are in tough situations right now, so.
Yeah, it's going to be, I know they're going to try it at least for a few minutes to see if it works. I'm not saying that they're not going to do it, because they will. And it's just like playing Melo with the 3. It goes against everything we need to improve on for defense. We don't need to be bigger or necessarily that much better defending the interior. And that seems to be the way we're going. And we're just going to say screw defending the perimeter. And it was bad for points this season where we were giving up tons of open threes. Look at that Phoenix game where Baines hit like 6 threes. Or is it 9 threes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah. Like,
and that's Aaron Baines. He shoots slow as shit.
That's going to be that much worse against teams that move the ball and are prepared to exploit the slowness of our defense.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be good, man. It's not going to be good, and then we'll be saying, we told you so, and people were saying, no, you're idiots. Stotts didn't have any other option than to play Melo with Hassan with Nurkic. Idiot. That's what we're going to deal with, so that'll be fun. Oh, some of the posters here had key questions answered. Man, your question should have been, why don't you do an interview on Blazers Up Press? I don't know. Like,
Well, in his defense, so it's not like we're reaching out to these guys.
no,
Trying to
I'm completely kidding.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do that in the future, man. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope to get to that point. I hope to get to the point where we're big enough where we could get like. Here's like my dream for this channel, which I have like plans bigger than this, but I've kind of put those on hold while I try and move out of here. But here's my dream for this channel, right? It'd be cool to be able to. Well, first off, for post game shows, it'd be cool to get like a press pass and find somebody who like wants to maybe do journalism or something, and they're like in college for it, where they could get experience going down to the Blazers locker room, and I wouldn't even like have them ask questions. I would have them get a good phone or some sort of like camera that they could Skype call me with, and we could do like live interviews. Because I think there's like mics that you can, like decent mics that you can connect to a phone. Your typing is so loud. I can't even hear myself talk.
Sorry.
Just mute it if you're gonna like type a lot. Oh, you're talking about candy. Which I know my typing's probably loud too.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry, chat.
You've absorbed all my my habits. The typing really loud next to the mic.
Yeah,
the
like
playing.
like Zacho says, my message was important though.
Yeah, very, very important. But so the dream, man, just to be able to have somebody like live in a Skype call with a direct feed to the locker room, where like on post game shows we could switch over to their feed and actually have footage and audio of the locker room live. Like that would be so dope. That'd be so dope. We'd have to get like a press pass for something like that, which would be difficult. I don't know. I mean, like the Blazers are more stingy than other organizations. I feel like if we were like trying to get one for the Hawks or something, and we were covering the Hawks or like other NBA teams, we'd have like a lot better chance. But
the Blazers Edge screwed that up like 5 or 6 years ago.
yeah. But I mean, how did they screw that up? What happened?
Oh, Dave was really critical of the Blazers, and then when Golliver left, he became even more critical about Olshey in particular, and that led to them changing their policy about how big of a media person you have to be to get a credential and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it used to be, I guess, like as long as you, like they would just let anyone, as long as you applied and showed that you had some sort of website or, I guess that was a little before.
Which sucks,
There was
but
a
I
lot of
mean,
YouTube
like,
stuff.
you know, if we're sitting at like 3,500, 4,000 subs, and I mean, maybe, but the thing is, we do not hold back, you know? So, I don't know. And I wouldn't start holding back. It'd just be awesome to get a, and like, if I applied, I'd probably say, like, we don't want, like, anybody who's even going to ask questions. We just want a direct feed. But then it's, like, competing with their post-game show, right?
Yeah.
The Blazers, the Blazers don't own that post-game show.
No.
Like, they don't make money based off the ratings that post-game show gets, do they?
No, because, like HCP always says, that he's not affiliated with the Blazers whenever someone mentions that.
Yeah, so I mean, so maybe it wouldn't be something where like, oh, they wouldn't want to give us a direct feed in the locker room because we're competing with NBC Sports Northwest, not necessarily the Blazers. I don't know, like it probably wouldn't happen for like it could be for any of the reasons we stated, like, but that would be awesome, man, to be able to get like a direct feed into the locker room. And be able to send like somebody down there who's like in college who wants to become a journalist, maybe a sports journalist, I don't know, but like that could use that as experience on a resume. Was able to got a press pass to cover the Blazers in the locker room, the Portland Trail Blazers in the locker room for, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like that could, I don't know exactly how I'd word it. I don't even know what I'm trying to word it right now. But that could look potentially good on a resume. Just as like volunteer experience, you know, just the fact that you're able to go be with the press in the Blazers locker room and cover interviews from them. And I'm sure if there's a college kid that, you know, that would be good for their college and they were a Blazer fan, I'm sure they would I'm sure they would enjoy doing that, you know. I'm sure that would be a cool experience. So I don't know, like that's this just the dreams for the channel, right? That would be awesome for post game shows. That would be phenomenal. That would like legitimize us, especially if I had a studio, like a legit studio. That would like legitimize us in a way.
I don't. The problem with, because I know some people who get like media passes and stuff. You know the same people, but the problem is you're not allowed to like cheer when you're on media row and stuff. Like that would be a problem for me because I would not be able to hold back.
Yeah. I'm sure you could get, I don't know, but you wouldn't have the money for that to sit like 300 level instead or 200. I don't know. Because that's the thing. If I did that and I had like all the money in the world, I would just want like season tickets somewhere else, and I wouldn't even sit on media row. you know?
Right.
But yeah. I don't know, but that's why I was thinking somebody who like wanted to do it for college who was like serious about it. Because I think there was somebody like that. I forget. So there's that. If we could do that, that would be awesome. Destrom Rip City 3-on-3 is canceled. Eric, I'm going deaf. Isn't it easy to mute your mic?
Sorry. I was trying to type fast, but...
Yeah. Well, the faster you type, the louder it is.
I know.
You need like a silent keyboard.
We also haven't... We lost 2 years ago in the championship game, so it wouldn't be a three-peat anyway.
Yeah. Next year we'll go for a two-peat. Hopefully it's next year. I assume it will be. If they can't have this stuff figured out by August, man, like they should have. There's too many people working on a vaccine that we won't have. I don't know, but then again, who knows?
See that could maybe be our end if they have like a limited arena or only media or whatever. Like try to say that we need to be in for the channel.
Oh yeah, that'd be dope. But so that would be cool, right? The other part is like me having my own place, having my own studio, and then having a website that people write for, kind of like a Blazers Edge website. I just recently hit up the guy who made the BlazersUprise.com for me, so I want to work together with him to like kind of change the design and get a finished product where we can have people writing for BlazersUprise.com and make it like a legitimate website, and we can post our content on there, and we could possibly like post audio feeds of our live streams on there for people to download, listen as a podcast if they wanted, and like do cool different things with the website. Destrum, how many times have I plugged my merch, man? BlazersUprise.com/merch for your merch. Yes, there is a BlazersUprise.com. It's a...
You get a facepalm emoji for that one.
Come on, Destrum. Yeah. Just BlazersUprise.com is the website. Unless it like... Yeah, it's right there. So like I would change some of the design, but like our YouTube videos automatically upload to it. And it has like our merch and stuff. So we already have like the bare bones thing. We already have like a site set up. So it basically just be working on this, changing some stuff with it.
We also used to have it like in big letters across the top of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. Come on, Dester. But I zone out when you plug merch, LOL. How do you zone out every time though? Because I've plugged it so much, and it's like I said, it was on the screen.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys. When I try and make a bag, you guys just zone me out. If I had $1 million, I'd spend $200 on merch.
Miker wants a mask. We should make.
I
we should
wish
sell masks.
I could with my print provider. What I want to do with the merch is I want to like figure out how to incorporate different print providers into the website. Because right now I only have one print provider, and I'd have to like set up a whole thing in order to get a second print provider. It's actually a more tedious process than you guys probably think. So because I want to do hats like snapbacks, I want to do lanyards, and I want to do masks would be awesome. But in the masks I'd sell for like barely any profit because I wouldn't feel right selling them for profit, even though like everybody sells them for profit. Like, I'm selling for a little bit, but I'd want to make them affordable because I want people out there wearing masks. So if it took $4 for me to like get the masks manufactured, I'd probably sell it for $5. Like, I want people out there wearing masks. If having a Blazers Uprise mask of mine makes you wear a mask, then dope. Like, hopefully all you guys are wearing masks anyway. But it would be cool to have some Blazers Uprise masks. And I wear a mask like all day, so I could wear my own channel. That'd be kind of dope. I could be a billboard for myself. Tony and David, we will talk about the season possibly getting canceled in a few minutes. Right now, I'm talking about dreams for the channel. All right.
DNice just asked me when I was going to cut my hair again.
He wants you to get a haircut. Grow it out, bro. I swear, man.
I want to so bad. It's so long. I hate it.
It's not even long, man.
I know. It's long for me.
Why do you hate it? Like, it feels heavy or?
No, it doesn't feel heavy. It just, I don't like it. I don't think I look good when it gets grown out. And I hate having it long on the sides.
Well, that's why you leave it long up top and cut the sides.
I know, but I don't want to pay for a haircut, and I suck at doing that myself. So,
hey, I'll start a GoFundMe for you to get that haircut, to get an undercut, grow out the top and then gel it. We're gonna have Eric get a complete makeover, man. His wife's gonna love us or hate us. I don't know which.
Oh no, it's more. I still don't feel comfortable getting haircuts or whatever. Like,
what the hell is this? Oh, it's on my desk. I think that's to my mic. But
yeah, dust room. It doesn't really look good, but I don't want to like let myself go either for my wife. Like, I do like feeling good about the way I look myself too.
So it'd be cool. Anyway, it'd be cool to grow. It'd be cool to grow the brand just by having like a website and having like consistent written content for it and trying to grow it that way. And oh my God, here we go again with Eric typing.
This is important though. You read Andrew Miller's post. I was just thanking him.
Just cop the Blazers Uprise sweatshirt. Oh yeah, it's very important. Thanks for the content, guys. Best Blazers analysis anywhere. Keep up the good work. Cheers from Cali. Appreciate you buying the merch, man. Appreciate it. It's a privilege to be able to have this platform and produce content for you. So
tell everyone in Cali what it is. I mean, wear it around.
Hey man, maybe 5 years from now, I don't know. I'm not gonna go into things. I wish I felt comfortable talking about like my long-term business plans outside this channel, but I can't. I've told some of you guys. Others of you might be able to kind of guess what it is, but I'm excited. I'm excited for like the things I'm gonna try outside this channel. But right now, only things I can talk about you guys with is like my dreams for this channel. So, a feed to the locker room would be cool, but not that realistic. But maybe, I'm gonna try. The second thing would be the website and having like consistent written content and just growing our brand that way. Having people write for it for free. The thing is, like, Rip City Project doesn't pay their writers. Blazers Edge, I think they pay their writers a little bit, but not much. Like, it's not profitable to like pay writers unless you have like a very, very very well-known website, which Blazers Uprise wouldn't be. But I know there are people out there who would be interested in writing for free. So it'd be cool to have like a Blazers Edge type of website. And it would help legitimize our brand a little bit more having a website like that. Really, I do plan on like taking social media more seriously and trying to grow Blazers Uprise through Twitter more once I can get the account back, which I got an update from Twitter and they said you have no email address associated with this account. To fix this problem, use this form to get something sent, or no, it said click this link to get a code sent to the mobile number you have associated with this account. But I explained to them that the mobile number I had associated to the account is my old mobile number. So I explained that to them, and they still said, the way to fix this is, it's like automated, I think. The way to fix this is to get a code sent to the number you have associated with this account. It's like, that number I don't have anymore. I can't do it that way. So apparently I don't know how to fix it. So I know I asked for help from like Trevin and Ben Hewitt and a couple other guys for help with like the Twitter and stuff. But Twitter is I don't know if I can get the main Blazers Uprise Twitter account back, which sucks. I'm still gonna try, but I don't know. It's hard. So, but I do just want to kind of grow the brand that way, because like, yeah, I can grow a lot on YouTube, but like that has its limits, you know. Like doing written content and stuff, I'll be able to reach more people that I otherwise wouldn't really reach through YouTube. So, yeah, and then the third thing would be like, it'd be cool to be able to like interview players or have consistent guests on the live streams, like legitimate guests, that type of thing. So those are kind of like my three main like hopes for the channel in the next year. Or is there any that come to your mind? Or chat, do you guys have any like dream ideas for this channel that like are possibly attainable?
I just want people to like notice it and like watching it. I don't really have anything else to add.
I mean, that's the baseline. That's what it all comes down to, is I want to entertain people and give them good content, but also give them knowledge so they don't think Carmelo Anthony can play point guard, you know. That's also part of the goal for me. But I'm a big thinker, so I love thinking about this type of stuff. Trevin having a blue name. Text your old number. I don't think it's in commission, because I think it like takes a while for it to be usable. Yeah. Consistent website and app. Well, the website was one of them, but it would be cool to have an app to go along with it. But that would be hard to make, and I'm not sure it would be worth it. You know, I do know somebody that could possibly develop an app. You know who I'm thinking of, Eric?
Someone different than who does your website?
Yeah. Like, I don't know. And now I have money to actually like pay for that type of thing. Tortured develops apps. You know, Tortured?
Yeah.
I forget what his real name is, so shame on me. But he develops apps. So like, yeah. And he's a really good guy. But he's also really busy a lot of times. So, I mean, like, I do have somebody, like, if I wanted to get an app, I'd reach out to him. That'd be, like, the only guy that could, but I don't know. He's, like, helped me with stuff in the past. So, I do have a guy that I could potentially have develop an app or pay to develop an app. It'd just be a lot of work. I'm not sure if would be worth it, you know?
Yeah.
But that would legitimize the brand even more. You know, if somebody goes on the App Store and searches Blazers, and that's like one of the first things that pops up is Blazers Uprise. I don't know. Because it would be cool to have an app where you could like read articles on the website and also like watch our live streams if possible. I'm not sure if YouTube would even allow that.
Have like basically like a forum where people could talk, kind of like the Discord.
A forum, yeah. Probably with the main site, we will create a forum. So that'd be dope. Honestly, though, should we? I don't know if we should create a forum.
No, I wasn't saying we should. I was just throwing out ideas.
The Discord works, yeah. And the reason I say that for chat is me and Eric actually met from a different forum, and that forum's like provided us with a lot of cool stuff. So it almost feel kind of like, I don't know. It almost feel kind of like shady to create a forum of our own, but it's also like I don't post there a whole lot, and there's a lot of, I don't know. I mean, there's gonna be drama on any forum, so I shouldn't even talk on that. But yeah, I don't know. I just wouldn't want to like create a forum that hurts that forum, since I only met Eric because of that forum. I probably wouldn't have met Eric if it wasn't for that forum. So who knows what this channel would be? You know what I mean? Like that forum has like shaped this channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even know if I would have started doing YouTube if it wasn't for that forum.
What's the most sad about that is, other than maybe one or two guys, there isn't many people from that forum that watch this anymore.
Yeah. JDC comes in, which is always I enjoy talking with JDC, even though we disagree on stats. The thing is, he's very, very knowledgeable. So when the draft time comes around, I know he'll be in here. But yeah. I mean, I do post content on there, and I do know that some people watch it, and I've gotten compliments from people there. But yeah, I don't know. That forum since basketball ended has just been like political, completely political, for the most part. And I don't know. I've just like I posted on this forum that I'm talking about. I posted for years, like consistently, and since the Discord really, I just haven't, since March or so. I haven't really been posting on it. So even if I'm not posting on it, though, I wouldn't want to create something that like takes away from it.
Yeah, for sure.
But also, it's like
I kind of already did that with the Discord.
we didn't take anybody away from that forum, though.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's basically the same idea as the Discord, though.
Man, or we could just take that entire forum and like migrate it over to bro, because that website is literally only that forum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I could I'd probably create a link in the on blazersuprest.com that said forum, and it'd redirect to that site. Like the forum, I'd have Rip City, you know, I'd have a forum link to Rip City 2. And then everybody at Rip City 2, because there's this thing at the forum that me and Eric met on where people cry about others driving people away from the site. That's like their way of attacking people, like by making claims that, oh, people have left because of the stuff you post and you've driven people away from the site, and people throw that around towards basically everybody. So it'd be kind of funny if there was just a bunch of new people because we just made a link on our website, and then if I ever had anybody say that to me again, I'd say, "What are you talking about, bro?" It's come full circle with it, but it's weird talking about we never, bro. Like we talk about Twitter beef, we talk about so many different things on our streams in regards to like the internet, but we never really talk about the forum.
Yeah.
We never talk about the forum. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of I don't even know. There's a lot of stuff that's going on there that you'd have to have like proper context to understand. Kind of the same with our Discord, you know?
Right.
Like you can't just hop into that and know what's going on and all the inside jokes and all the beef and people who like each other and people who don't. It's just like a community, you know? So.
Yeah, I joined the forum. Let's see, that would have been right before the trade deadline of the Pelicans year. So 17-18, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. Because I was on another forum that got shut down, and I knew the head of that forum, and he came over and recruited a bunch of people over there. But yeah, it takes a while to like get. I like a lot of people on there, but I read through some of those threads, and I'm just like,
yeah.
Like I feel like the level of knowledge is very poor.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and the problem is you have people on there. Generally, it's older people. It's 50, 60-year-olds who just they love Stotts, and you can point out something that's like not even inflammatory. You can point out something with Stotts struggling in a certain area, and they're not having it, you know, and then it becomes a bunch of beef because they don't like anything negative said about Stotts, and I'm sure some of it is probably my fault. Maybe my criticisms are too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just like that's how it is with the forum. Is you have different sections of people that don't like what other sections of people say, and almost all the time in any forum you'll go on, if you have a bunch of people that consistently post there, you'll have drama. Like, that's the way whenever you have a bunch of different type of people congregate in a real life setting, in a internet setting, and they congregate for a long time, years, and there are a bunch of different types of people with different opinions. And the thing is, a forum is made so you can voice your opinions too. Like, that's basically what, like, a forum is to discuss. The Blazers forum is to discuss basketball and your opinions on basketball. In that type of setting, you'll have just a ton of drama. So, speaking, I saw somebody bring up Dan Marang earlier. He got his start from our forum because he was posting threads that were like articles, like written articles, and then Blazers Edge noticed it and hired him, and then NBC Sports Northwest gave him a show, and then that show became the post-game show. like boom, boom, boom. And on the forum, there's kind of like I viewed it as, some people were actually legitimately like annoyed with it. I kind of was annoyed, but I viewed it as a random joke. Like, oh, Dan Marang just used us to go to Blazers Uprise to get a TV show. Like,
Blazers Edge.
Yeah, so I joke around like, screw Dan Marang.
You said Blazers Uprise.
Oh, yeah. No, there was like a running joke, like he used us to get to Blazers Edge to get to his post game show or whatever. So I would joke around constantly, like, screw Danny Marang, like, it's just kind of like, and a lot of people were like that too. So we just kind of hated on Dan Marang. And of course, Dan Marang ended up going back to the website and saw that. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, we've talked about it, and I hope there's no hard feelings, because I think he thought I was more serious than I was with some of the stuff that I said on there. But that's what I mean by, like, you have to understand the inside jokes and that type of thing when joining a forum or joining the Discord. Yeah. So, anyway.
It's a good point, even though he didn't mean to make this point. But Destrom says, I don't even know who these people are. But that's true. If you're not affiliated with Comcast Sports Northwest, you have no idea who Dan Marang is. So, like...
Yeah. He's, you ever watch the post-game, that Blazers Outsiders? He's the guy who is on that.
Well, he would never see that, though, if he's in Texas and only watches on League Pass because it ends before the post-game show comes on.
That's true.
And that's why we're here for you guys.
Yeah, so I don't know, like that whole, there's a lot of history with that forum. We've gotten to shoot around on the Blazers court because of that forum. If me and the guy that worked in the TV truck, if we didn't have a history of just constantly beefing on there, then I might have been able to get into the TV truck and watch a game from the TV truck, and like, I don't know, like me and have you guys ever heard of John Lukrofka? Because if you have, there's a history with him because he posts on that forum, and me and him beefed since I was like 19 years old, and it was always over stupid stuff, and it was mostly just like an act and just get riled up over stupid stuff, kind of like we do in the Discord. But John Lukrofka, you know who that is, Dionysus? Yeah, he posts on that forum, and I don't even know how to explain it. I'm getting too deep into this for you guys to even understand. It's like the Discord, though, because like there's so many layers to our Discord with just like the different personalities in there and the different like shticks that some people have. You know what I mean? Like, somebody would probably come in there and be like, oh, this Zach Calipano guy's an idiot because he's saying Stotts is the best coach in the history. You know what I mean? Like, Zacho's thing is to be sarcastic but sound serious. If somebody just hops in there, right, they're going to think you guys are serious. They don't know your shticks. Like, and don't be people's mix and make that word, like, different than what it is. It's shtick. It's not anything else. All right? But I don't know. If people hop in there, they're not going to like get how everything works right away.
Mm-hmm. Later, Ben C. Darling. What's up, Alvaro? What's up, someone else? Ryan Birchfield. What's up, man? Brett is asking us to get on the topic of the show.
Man.
Andrew Miller says it's tough out here in Cali for a Blazer fan. Everyone is either a Lakers fan, new Clippers fan, or Warriors, Steph Curry fans. Rip City diehard for me. Yeah, keep fighting that fight, man.
No, he's out there in enemy territory, man.
Yeah. It's gonna be rough. Well, I guess Northern California doesn't have a team, I guess the Kings are, but
probably a lot of Warriors fans.
Probably won't be. Yeah. But yeah, if you're in Southern California, that's going to be rough with the battle between LA probably looming at some point.
Alvaro CJ is playing. What's up, Solar Money? Thanks for the shout out, of course, Ryan. Eric got you.
But yeah, CJ. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but CJ came out and said that he initially probably wasn't going to play, and then decided to play. Yeah, he says he's all in now, but it's kind of interesting to hear Dwight Howard just decided that he was going to play, but he's donating his full paycheck to, I think it's called Breathe Again or something. But yeah, so that's a cool
that's
thing.
What people should do instead of forfeiting their paycheck. Go play basketball, and that paycheck that you get can go to really good use.
Yeah,
like that's why I wasn't on board with the Kyrie stuff. Like, oh, there's important things going on in the world right now. We shouldn't play because of social justice. Like, you guys can play and draw attention to the cause just by playing and like being a public figure. You know, people are gonna have their eyes on the season restart. You can draw attention to the cause with that, and then you can also use that money that you otherwise wouldn't get and put it towards good use too. So that's when Kyrie was coming out with that. It's just like it didn't make any sense, man. And that's why I was like, man, of course it's like Kyrie that's coming out with that. And then it's like, oh, Kyrie wants to start his own league, and Kyrie says that's a lie. But like, how many times have you heard Kyrie say something is a lie that gets reported about him? You know, like,
or he's just kidding or just messing with media or something.
I've heard there's been multiple times where something's come out about Kyrie, and he's like, oh, you guys are lying, you guys are lying. But it's like, it happens enough where it's like, you have, like, some of it has to be true, right? Like, nobody is getting as lied about as Kyrie Irving. Like, you don't see a bunch of other people that has to come out and say, oh, people are lying, oh, the reports are lying. Like, there's enough stuff with Kyrie that's happened where I honestly think some of it is true, and Kyrie's trying to save face and saying people are lying. And I mean, this is the type of guy who in the past has said the world is flat. Like, it's not like he hasn't been a bit out there in the past. So I mean, if anybody in the league is gonna come up with the idea, Eric's pausing on me. If there's anybody out there that's gonna come up, oh my goodness, that was loud. Apologize to everybody out there. Oh my god.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to my ears, man. R.I.P. to everybody else's ears. R.I.P. to your can, too. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. I pushed mute to type something to Trevin, and then all of a sudden, it just went away. I don't know.
Mute crashed your Skype. Yeah, your camera's not here. What the hell? Let me call you back, all right?
All right.
Let me turn down. Let me try and turn this down so you guys don't go deaf again. I don't know how you go deaf again, but let me pull this up. You better not let this ring on like that. Turn on your video so Eric Brandt can see. I just need to see Eric Brandt. Where's Eric Brandt at? The hell? Yeah, your cam's gone. Do you have like OBS open or something that would be taking up your webcam input?
I have nothing else open.
Maybe restart your laptop. How long would that take?
A few minutes probably.
You want to do that, or you want to?
Sure.
All right. I'll solo it. I'll carry it for a second.
Right.
Yeah, if there's anybody We'll figure this out. If there's anybody that's going to come up with the idea of starting their own basketball league in the NBA, it's going to be Kyrie Irving. Like, of course it's Kyrie Irving. So when it comes out that he has the idea of starting his own league, like, yeah, of course he's going to say that is a lie because that sounds ridiculous. But given everything else that's come out in Kyrie's past, it's like, that's not completely far-fetched of a thing to believe. Like, the guy who thinks the world is flat wants to start his own basketball league. Like, if he thinks the world is flat, then I wouldn't be surprised by him thinking that it would work if he tried to start up his own basketball league. So, let me just be clear, it would not work at all. There's no way. Like, any of these leagues, there's no way to create a secondary league that even comes close to competing with the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball even, and Major League Baseball is kind of a wreck right now. There we go. There
I am.
A few minutes. It was literally like 45 seconds.
Yeah, it was fast.
Yeah. So anyway, what are the chances that the season gets canceled? What do you think? What would you put on it? Like the season, and by canceled I mean like they don't finish the finals.
Yeah. So I was reading something earlier. It was one of the guys on ESPN. I forget who. It might have been Windhorse, which kind of goes against my theory, but
Windy Horse.
Whoever it was mentioned that Toronto, since they had so many international players on their team, just went straight to Florida and has been practicing there. They're not in the actual bubble, but they're containing themselves in an area in Florida.
Yeah.
And they haven't had a single positive test yet. So that's good for maybe for the bubble being, if they just keep isolated and make it there okay, that everything will be fine. As far as them actually canceling it, I would put it at 10% cancel. I just think money's going to run out over anything else that happens.
Yeah. I mean, the mistake that people are making, and I think I said this on the previous stream, but the mistake that people are making, I'm going to kick my feet up. The mistake that people are making is thinking that the situation that teams are in now somehow applies to the chances that the bubble works or not. The situation that the team's in now are not the same situations they're going to be in the bubble. Like, people are like, oh, look at all these athletes getting infected. Why in the world is the NBA restarting the season? It's like, nothing about what's going on right now applies to the bubble. You got guys that are going to the practice facility, working out, right? And then going home, going to friends' houses, going to have some fun with some females. You know what I mean? Like, just doing whatever they want. So you definitely have some guys in the NBA who aren't really too worried about if they get infected right now, right? They don't got to play. They can do whatever they want. This is the last time that they can really do whatever they want for potentially months, right? So, of course, they're going to, those guys that are single and, single and looking, you know what they're looking for. I don't even need to explain it. There are guys out there that are going to get their fix of women right now. Like, I'm just speaking facts. Like, there are guys out there who, with their money, with their status, can attract a lot of females, and they're used to that, and they're, maybe not Wilt Chamberlain, but there are guys out there that are definitely messing around with some females right now, which is a very good way to contract COVID, right? In the bubble, you're not gonna have females from the streets, from wherever, you're not gonna have females from outside the bubble coming into the bubble, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, hopefully not. I'm sure there's somebody out there that is going to try and sneak out, they're going to get a little thirsty. Like, I know it sounds like this is a weird thing to talk about, but this is honestly the truth, and it's a subject that matters because you got how many guys there? 300 athletes there. They're all pretty young, right? Like, and there are going to be some of those guys that get thirsty. Like, that's going to happen. But hopefully the bubble containment, their monitoring of the bubble is good enough where these guys don't really have the option to go out there and meet up with random females. Right?
I think more than that, it'll be like someone like Dame, who's already said that he's totally fine just chilling in his room and stuff. Mm-hmm. He's gonna tell the rest of the Blazers, look, we have a chance to make the playoffs here. Do not mess this up for me. If I find out you guys put our season at risk because you wanted to go have a little fun, like, it's not worth it right now. Please, if you're coming with me to Orlando, you're all in with me. And that's how true leaders lead, and I have no doubt that Damian will keep his guys in line.
1,000%.
And same with the teams like a LeBron, who he's getting up there in age. He doesn't have a lot of opportunities left to add to his resume for titles. So, like, he's got to take advantage of these situations when they do. And
the thing I will say for that is, like, yeah, you're going to have teams that are locked in and not being risky, like LeBron, the Lakers, and like the Blazers.
But it only takes one.
But it only takes one team, and there is going to be teams there,
right,
like the Washington Wizards, like the San Antonio Spurs. The thing is, the Spurs cultivate a certain type of culture there, so hopefully it wouldn't be the Spurs. They're pretty much about their business, always have been under Pop. But, you're going to have a couple teams there, the Suns. You're going to have a couple teams there that we're probably going to have some guys on the end of the bench who just don't care. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It only takes one or two to kind of spark a wildfire if they can't put it out right away. My whole point with the females thing is, like, right now, players are definitely doing risky things that make them at risk for exposure to COVID that they most likely wouldn't be able to do in the bubble or wouldn't do in the bubble, right? And it doesn't just apply to doing things with women. It's it can apply to just going out and hanging out with a bunch of friends, or going to a party, or going to there's a bunch of different things that players are probably doing now that are putting them at risk for contracting COVID. I mean, even being around your family, if you have a big family, Dame has a big family. Where are all those people going? You know what I mean? They're all going a bunch of different places during the day. It only takes one of them to potentially infect the whole family. Thing is, you remove all that stuff by putting these guys in the bubble. Like, that's the whole thought process of the bubble. So, you have some players right now testing positive for COVID. And I think the mistake that a lot of people are making is, you got a Lego party going on? I turned it down, but I know they could hear it. Lego party, man. Yeah, so you gotta... I'll wait for Eric to get back. Oh, Cappin. We got Cappin back in the chat. That's the wrong moniker to be talking about this. You gotta switch to Yo-Yo Mama, man. I just lost my tennis ball. Man, we haven't had Cappin in the chat in a long time. We got Captain Cappin back right in time, bro. Look who we got back right in time.
Nice.
Yeah, but
I
oh, Eric's frozen. Rip to Eric. Jeez, Eric's having more issues than me. Bro, I swear, all my issues that I had with streams, I'm not even in the line with the camera. But man, I worked a lot the past 4 days, so I'm kicking back. I don't care if it looks weird. All the issues that I used to have with streams, Eric's having now. The mic, playing with the mic, the bad internet. Oh, your camera's back. Okay, good. Man, I was telling stream all the issues that I used to have with streams. You're now having the playing with the mic, the bad internet, and the pounding away at your keyboard.
I just got to respond and tell Alex that I will be his grandpa. Thanks.
Oh, that's so wholesome. But yeah. Anyway, get back on track here because
what I was gonna respond is that
you even let me finish talk. I've been trying to make my point this whole time. Okay. And then the Legos and the internet. And then I'll let you make your point. But no, so my whole point is like you got a lot of people getting COVID right now. A lot of players getting COVID right now. And the mistake people were making is thinking this is some sort of indication for what might happen in the bubble. Thing is, it's a bubble for a reason. Right now, none of these players are in a bubble. So I don't see how you can use what's happening now to show that the bubble is not going to work, right? And the thing is, the other argument people are making is as to why the season will end up getting canceled is look at Florida. But the thing is, if the bubble works as it's designed, it won't matter what's going on the outside. It'll only matter what's going on with the guys on the inside, and as long as they're not going outside the bubble. So if you have an effective bubble, what's going on outside should not work. So you had the Raptors kind of containing themselves, and none of them have contracted COVID, even though they're in a COVID hotspot, and they're not even in a bubble. They're just like trying to stay out of public, and none of them have contracted it. So I think the bubble will work. You might catch a player or two, but the thing is they're getting tested so heavily, even if a player is stupid and goes out, does something foolish, contracts it, hopefully they could catch it before anybody else is infected. So I do think the odds that this season goes all the way through is about 80 to 90%. I'd put it in that range. Maybe not quite as confident as Eric, but I am pretty confident that it will work out. Just because I think the bubble plan is more... I think they've been using all this time to make that a pretty foolproof plan, and even if you end up with a couple of cases, hopefully you should be able to weed them out. And as Eric said, money wins out a lot of times, and this is definitely a money grab for the league to finish this season and recoup some of the money they've lost.
Yeah, I think the most likely scenario for it being canceled is if they end up going down there and like just a ton of people end up contracting it, and there's like it just doesn't make sense to keep going because it's like rampant throughout everywhere in the bubble, and they can't really get rid of it, and they isolating the few players who did get it don't help because it keeps spiking up. Like if that happens, I think they'll probably be forced to cancel it. But yeah, I think the biggest question mark is going to be between, because I think the Blazers are going down there tomorrow, actually.
Really?
Yeah, so...
I thought it was the 9th.
I thought
teams started going down tomorrow, but I thought the Blazers were one of the last to go down.
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw that it was either tomorrow or the next day, I thought someone said, and that everyone except for Ariza, Swanigan, and Hood were going for sure. Mm-hmm. But the hard part is going to be just getting from here to the bubble after your final test here, and then I'm assuming they're going to test people once they get there too. But like, just trying not to have people bring it to the bubble and contract it between their last test here and when they arrive there. So that's going to be the biggest part, is like getting to Florida, transporting from the airport to wherever they're going. And, you know, once you get there, like you said, as long as you stay isolated and no one shows up there that has it, should be pretty good. Initially, I thought that it might be better for some of these teams to have like an explosion of it now, just because if those guys do feel fine by the end of this month, then they wouldn't necessarily have to worry about it if you were immune to it once you got it. But it's looking like,
I mean, but then again, in that situation, you could have guys who have had it and think they're immune to it because they have had it, but don't necessarily have the immunity. So they go out and act foolish, thinking I can't get it, or I can't. You know, but they don't quite have enough antibodies, or there still are questions about immunity after having the coronavirus. So you could have guys out there that are then foolish and go out and and think they're safe, and then contract it again, and then ruin the whole entire league that way.
And we have, I just saw a study today done in Spain that it turned out only 5% of people that had it in the study were like had the antibodies or were immune to getting it again. And that's really bad news if it's true.
I saw it 5% of the population.
Yeah,
I saw 5% of Spain's entire population. Because I read that too. I thought that's what they were saying. Let me search that up.
But either way, it's really bad for those who think herd immunity or not wearing masks and just letting your immune system be stronger to that's bad for that. But it also, I've only had one problem. Okay, go ahead.
I just found the study you were referencing because I just wanted to clear that up. It says results from the final stage of nationwide antibody study show some 5.2% of Spain's population has been exposed to the new coronavirus. So that's a big difference between 5.5% of the people who have had it have antibodies. That's a huge difference in like 5% of Spain's population, because there definitely is a good portion of Spain's population that hasn't had the coronavirus. So, because dude, it would be terrible if only 5% of people had coronavirus had the antibodies. I can see why that was confusing, because I glossed over it and I didn't know for sure.
Well, the thing I read said that it was like some study and only.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know, but and information changes all the time.
Yeah, it says the study showed that 5.2% of Spain's population had been exposed to the new coronavirus, based on antibody testing. So that's not 5% of the people who have tested positive for coronavirus had antibodies. It's the antibody showed that 5.2% of Spain's population had been exposed to the new coronavirus and had antibodies. So basically, that whole study, from what I read, was
make any sense from what I read, though.
No. Because I just read it straight off the article. From Reuters. So it's obviously not 100% of people are going to have the antibodies, but it's nowhere near only 5% of them having it.
Yeah, see, the article I'm reading says not that 5% got it, that 5% developed antibodies after getting it.
What article are you reading? What website?
So they tested everyone, 61,000 people, and only 5% of them developed antibodies.
Yeah, but that wasn't testing only coronavirus positive people.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean,
so
you would think
you're going to have some coronavirus
negative. You don't know how many of them had it or not is the thing.
Yeah, well,
so
that's the
thing. 5% thing doesn't make sense.
So if you only had 10% of Spain's population ever having the coronavirus and only 5% of Spain's population tested or developed antibodies, then 50% of their coronavirus cases would have resulted in people developing antibodies. Does that make sense? Like, if 10% of the population had tested positive for coronavirus, and down the line 5% of people had observable antibodies, then 50% of those people that tested positive for coronavirus would have had observable antibodies.
But the study I'm reading shows that they didn't necessarily know whether the people they tested had it or not. They were just testing for the antibodies.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Yeah, is that a good portion of the people that they tested didn't have coronavirus before?
We don't know that, though.
I mean, yeah, you could say, okay, maybe everybody has had coronavirus, but like common sense would suggest that not everybody has had coronavirus. We don't know what percentage of those people had coronavirus, but that was just a random sample of people, not only testing for people who were coronavirus positive. Okay. So, and I think that was more to show that like herd immunity through natural means might be unachievable, just because after everything we've been through, you only have 5% of Spain's population with antibodies. You'd have to reach like 60 to 70% of the population having antibodies to have natural herd immunity. So I think the whole like negative part of that study was like we aren't even 10% of the way to herd immunity if we were to let herd immunity develop naturally, which can happen with certain.
I just want to clear up some Dionysus. That's not necessarily correct. Otherwise, we'd have polio and things like that still being an issue.
Yeah.
He says vaccines are only 60% effective at best case. That's completely false.
Yeah, that is completely false. I don't know where you got that from, but that's not a good source. I've read.
Maybe if you're talking about the flu, like a flu shot, yeah, 60% effective at best. That's not like a vaccine for the flu. It's a flu shot. Yeah.
And the thing is, with the coronavirus vaccine, there's a difference between a vaccine that like stops you from catching coronavirus and a vaccine that results in your ability to still catch it but not spread it, right? I've read that the initial vaccine might not stop you from getting it, but it might stop you from spreading it, which would still be a very good thing because coronavirus is very contagious. It's mutated to become more contagious since the first strain that came over to the U.S. So the first vaccine, it might not be as good as possible, because it's the first one. But if it's something that could stop transmission of people who caught coronavirus, that would be huge for slowing transmission. That would still be very effective. Just because it wouldn't be able to spread anywhere near as much. But yeah, no, that's flu. He said flu shot. My bad. Okay, yeah, I mean, and the thing is, the flu variates heavily year to year, right? This thing isn't showing the same variability as the flu. You've had two predominant strains, the one that came over and then one that mutated to become a bit more contagious but not any more severe, and it didn't even mutate in a way where what would have worked for the first strain wouldn't work for the second strain. And the thing is, if it was highly variable, there's a good chance that it would mutate to become less dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. It seems like it's not something that's going to mutate to the point where we can't develop something that works really well against it, which is what the flu is. The flu variates from season to season, and that's why it's not super effective.
This would be lucky, but it could mutate to where it's not even a big deal.
Exactly. If it mutated in a way where it became even more contagious than it already was, but a lot less severe and a lot less lethal, that would be a good development. You know what I mean? Like that would be a good thing. Because the thing is, the strains that become more contagious are usually the strains that kind of win out. Just because more people catch that specific strain or that specific type of flu bug or coronavirus. That's why the second strain, which was basically the first strain, mutated in a way so it was more contagious. That's why the second strain is a lot more prevalent now. So yeah, I mean, this isn't the flu. Should be able to develop something the next year, is what I'm hoping. And even if they struggled with a vaccine, I do have confidence that the therapeutics will continue to get better and better. The death rate is falling. They're learning how to treat this better every day. Like, maybe I shouldn't say every day, every week, every month. Like, they are making progress in learning about this. And the thing is, the more you know about this, the more effective you could potentially treat it. You got a lot of trials and a lot of studies going on to try and pinpoint specific treatment for this. You had that steroid that came out, dexamethasone, that cut the death rate by a third in the most severe cases. According to that study, didn't really help with less severe cases, but you're probably going to get to a point where you have a bunch of different types of treatments that do different things, and you combine them all. It's what they call a cocktail, and hopefully, in the next 6 months, the therapeutics will mightily improve from where they are now. Which is the thing is where they are now, it's a lot better than where they were 3 months ago. So that's kind of my hope that by the time we get a vaccine, it's not as dangerous as it is now. It's not as infectious.
And Kyle Wilson asked, how long do we need to quarantine? We can't quarantine indefinitely. Here's the problem. In order for a quarantine to be effective completely with a super contagious virus, you have to have everyone do it. If you don't, and you still have grocery stores open and stuff like that, like it's not a full quarantine. So it's always going to still spread. And then things open back up and it gets passed around more. People like have events and parties and stuff like that. And, you had dumbasses in Alabama having COVID-19 infection parties where they pool money together and whoever got the disease first wins, and like so dumb. But like, so it's never quarantine doesn't work if you don't have everyone doing it, as far as like getting rid of the virus, or like not getting rid of it completely, but eliminating the spread of it. So that's why it's important, like if you're high at risk, to just stay quarantined and not really put yourself in situations where you can go out there. But yeah, it's tough because we've never really went into a full quarantine. We had stay-at-home orders, but like everyone just went to the grocery store every day, and like, not everyone, but you know what I mean? Like, oh, we can only go to the grocery store and Target. Let's just go and hang out there and stuff, like, instead of just being like, okay, let's stay home for 2 weeks and not go anywhere, which is how it should have been. But you can't really force people to do that either.
Yeah, people have been kind of dumb in regards to this. And I mean, at this point, people just have to be smart. And not everybody's going to be smart, but as many people as possible need to be smart, which basically means you need as many people wearing masks as possible. What's sad is that the as possible thing, it's sad that that's even a thing, It should be a case where, like, okay, everybody's smart enough to just go out and wear a mask in public, but you have a lot of stubborn American people and a lot of people who think it's like a political thing to wear a mask and that this isn't a dangerous virus. And you have a lot of dumb people out there who won't wear a mask. I just hope that more and more people will. The thing is, I wish we had better leadership, that would set a good example and encourage people to wear masks. But you have this, I'm going to get political. You have this idiot in office who has completely mismanaged this whole entire situation and has politicized masks, and who is, like, he's wearing a mask. How many times have we seen Trump wearing a mask? Like, it's such a politicized thing, and it's ridiculous. Like, we don't necessarily have to be quarantined. We need everybody to wear masks, and then if you do get sick, you need to quarantine, right? That would be very effective. It's been very effective in other countries. So the thing is, you don't have as many smart people in America. Like you have, I don't know, like South Korea, everybody wore masks. It was like a united effort. Right here, masks are a political thing. So that's the problem that our country is facing. Part of it, too, is like we need more testing. We still need more testing. Anybody should be able to get a test anytime they want. Like that would help things. Like if I knew I could, like, I could show up and get a test somewhere, I'd go get it. I do DoorDash. I am in public spaces a lot. People walk by me who aren't wearing a mask. Right? I'm always wearing a mask around anybody in public. Always. Because, like, I'm smart. So I feel like if I did catch it, I'm not going to transmit it to anybody. Because I do wear a mask and I do try and keep as much distance. Even though I'm wearing a mask, I do try and keep as much distance between me and other people as possible. So it's not somewhere like I'm super afraid to get it. I think, I'm young. Hopefully I'd be fine. Knock on wood, of course. You never know. But, I just hope that, okay, if I got it, I'd be fine and I wouldn't spread it to anybody, you know? So it's like, if I'm asymptomatic, hopefully I'm not a spreader, because I'm always wearing a mask and always keeping as much distance between me and anybody else, right? If a lot more people had that attitude, it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. But that's the thing, is like, since I'm in public a lot, since I walk by people who don't wear masks, sometimes I have to get kind of close to people just based on the way a building's structured or whatever, or how packed it might be when I go in to pick up food for my job. Like, given the fact that I do that, I wish I could just show up to a place and get a test. I would do that. Thing is, you can't do that in America. Like South Korea, you could do that, right? Other places you have done better with testing than us. I know our president talks like we have testing all figured out and we're just so great. We have so many cases because we're the best at testing. Okay, a bunch of cases aren't a bad thing. That just shows that we're great at testing, which is stupid ass logic. We're not doing a good enough job of testing. I wish I could go get a test, but there's still hoops you have to jump through. I'm not even sure if I'd qualify to go get a test. I don't know. Like, the fact that I don't know is kind of ridiculous too. Like, they don't make it obvious, and they don't. I don't know. The testing thing is something that this country still has to figure out too. So it's not just quarantining and people completely keeping away. I think you can reopen effectively. You've seen European countries do it. You just have to have people wear masks, people be smart, people try and keep their distance, and you need better testing.
I just want to address something Kyle Wilson said. He said, again, though, it's not a possible solution to force everyone to stay inside. That's not what I was saying. I was asked a question of why quarantine doesn't work, and that's because people don't want to be forced inside and will still go out anyway. So, like, in order for a quarantine to work properly, you have to stay inside, but people don't want to or can't stay inside. So that's exactly my point, is that it won't work just having a stay-at-home order because people won't stay at home. But there's also solutions to you saying they have bills to pay. Like, instead of giving, I don't want to get super political because I'm not that type of person, but it came out today that Mitch McConnell's wife's business got one of the biggest amounts of the government funding for businesses and stuff. And it's just shady crap like that. So instead of giving like the people in America more money and just giving it to all them, and then like basically paying America's bills for them for a couple weeks so everyone could stay at home, we decided to let the government like choose their businesses that they like and are a part of and get a bunch of money and feed them, and let the rich get richer. And that's what happened in this country. Instead of caring about the citizens and just making it so everyone could have stayed home and no one had to leave their house, they made it so people had to leave their house because no one did anything to help the Americans out. So
yep.
I don't want to get too political, but that's all I'll say.
But if you bring up, Americans need at least a second stimulus payment, you'll get a lot of backlash from people saying, oh, how the hell could the country afford that? But yet, as you've said, they're willing to facilitate a way for a bunch of businesses to get money that they don't necessarily need, while the people struggle. Like, and that's not just the Republican Party. That's both parties to a sense. I'm not gonna. The Republicans are known to pander to billion-dollar corporations more than Democrats, but it's not just a one-party thing. They both are in the pockets of big business. Who funds politicians' campaigns the most? It's billion-dollar corporations. There needs to be a reform of God, I forget what the word is. The word for it. There just needs to be a reform in campaign finance. You can't have a bunch of billion-dollar corporations funding a politician's campaign, because then they have a certain level of power over that politician. So then that politician is going to do things to repay the favor, or they're going to do things to benefit billion-dollar corporations because that billion-dollar corporation helped them become president of the United States. So there needs to be a reform with that, but that's exactly what you're talking about. You got politicians out here who Americans got 1,200, right? Unless you had kids. Like me, it got 1,200. And this pandemic has shut down society for 4 months. And I got 1,200, right? I made 1,200 last week. Luckily, I'm in a position where I can make money, but it's like, bro, like 1,200 in Vancouver pays like a 1-bedroom apartment, right? For the entire month. So like it's a situation where people are struggling, right? So I don't blame people wanting to reopen, wanting to have their business open back up. They need more help. People need more help, so that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah. I really don't want to talk about it anymore, but Kyle Wilson keeps asking questions. The If you give everyone money in America, they will restart the businesses on their own. They will fund the businesses by using that money when it reopens to bring the economy back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as a business owner, if I didn't have to worry about how my business was going to reopen or any of that stuff, yeah, I don't really make a lot of money from my business anyway, if at all. So like it's kind of a weird situation, but like, yeah.
I mean,
I just.
I know you don't like talking about it, but I like hearing you talk about it, because you are a business owner. So this type of stuff, like you're in the middle of all this.
Yeah. See, I forgot who it was, but I think it was Alvaro said that they care more about keeping the stock market afloat. And it's how much money have they poured into that to keep it going so they look better, that the stock market didn't crash or whatever. Mm-hmm. But throughout the history of the U.S., there's always roller coaster dips in the economy. And every time we have a bad recession or a depression or something like that, it always recovers eventually. And so I don't think making sure for a few months while we're in a pandemic it stays afloat is really that big of a deal. Just let it go down and then support the people that need the money to make it through that time where the businesses are down. And then when you reopen again, the virus is pretty much contained and not spreading, and then you can reopen fully. And if you gave people money to go out and spend money once they're able to leave their house, then everyone's going to be like, yes, we can leave the house. Let's go party. Let's go here. Let's go there. Let's go buy a bunch of new clothes.
Let's go take a vacation. Yeah. Take an airline flight. Stay at a hotel, because that's the thing. Airlines, hotels, those are like the types of businesses that are really struggling from this. Yeah, I 1,000% agree. And I mean, like, they are thinking about, like, a vacation credit or, like, a travel credit. Like, that's been brought up, I think, by, like, Trump's brought that up. You know what I mean? But it's just like, why don't you apply that logic to just society as a whole? That's the part that I don't understand. So, yeah, it's just a messed up situation with our society. The way I'm not happy with the way this country's ran. Like, I'm very frustrated. With political stuff, we never get into it, but I mean, it's not a bad thing that we are right now, just because it's just like politics are more prevalent in today's society than at any other time since I've like been old enough to talk, you know what I mean? Just with the coronavirus and social injustice, the fight for racial equality, or the fight for to get rid of systematic racism, that type of stuff. Like, it's very front and center right now. So I don't know. It's not like I'm not super well versed on a lot of stuff, and it's not obviously my thing. My thing is covering the Blazers, and it's not Eric's thing. Like, he's wearing a Trailblazer shirt. I'm wearing a Trailblazer shirt right now, but it's just so front and center right now. It's just like we can start talking about the NBA, and then that turns into, okay, are people going to stay in a bubble because of the coronavirus? And will that work? And will people stay in a bubble? Or will they be stupid like a lot of other Americans and go outside the bubble and get coronavirus? And then we start talking about other Americans, and then it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so intertwined with everything right now, the coronavirus, that it's just like, there's no way to avoid it. So, yeah. That's my whole thoughts on that, because we've always tried to not stay political. It's just, or we've always tried to not be political, but it's hard to avoid it at this point.
So let me just address what Kyle's saying. So he's saying that not trying to start crap. I enjoy hearing other people's opinions when respectful. The stimulus money won't go into business economy. It'll go towards bills and entertainment and expenses. But like restaurants all get shut down or closed down and can't survive during this. But then that's one of the first things, like when it's safe to do that, like everyone's going to go out to eat. So like they're going to be sick of eating at home and stuff like that. Like they're going to go support, like throw parties. So they'll go to my party store and buy party supplies. They want to go to like music events, and there's nothing wrong with putting money into the economy through entertainment.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the businesses that you're talking about, like how many businesses profited off having a pandemic by having people needing equipment for at home to like do things like this or Zoom calls and things like that, or like
DoorDash
online
has
ordering
benefited.
stuff, DoorDash, places like that. But the only thing I'll say about, because he made a comment about like, do you trust government? It's like there's a reason why they put into that bill that they didn't have to disclose who the money was going to. I'll just say that. Like, it's because it was shady, and because they didn't want to let everyone know that that trillions of dollars were going to businesses that they liked and wanted to support, even though a lot of those businesses didn't even need money. Like the freaking Lakers got a PPP grant, and they only gave it back because they got huge backlash against it. And then they were like, "Oh, we're going to give it back." But like, if you were going to give it back the whole time, you wouldn't have taken it in the first place or applied for it.
And how much money was that they got?
It was like over $1 million.
Yeah,
it was
The Los Angeles Lakers. Guess what? The Los Angeles Lakers will be fine without $1 million whatever dollars. Like, they are literally probably the most wealthy franchise, or not necessarily in terms of ownership, but they probably make the most money in the entire NBA this year, right? It's LA, it's the Lakers, they have LeBron and AD, they're killing it all season. They probably made more money, more profit than any other organization, and they can get $1 million out of nowhere. Even though they don't need it, even though they're going to be completely fine. And that is a perfect example of a bigger problem, right? Imagine how many people that $1 million could have helped out. And the thing is like, if the Lakers get that $1 million, it's not going to help the economy anywhere near as much if that $1 million is divided amongst different families. Obviously, it's just a drop in the bucket, but like, are the Lakers, how much of that money are they going to be spending in the economy? Whereas if you give it to people, they're going to do everything that you said. They're going to go out to eat. They're going to spend it. They're going to spend the money. Like, you don't give people money. They're not. I mean, yeah, some people might save it, but it's going to be good for the economy. Like,
okay, Kyle Wilson's making a bunch of points, but he says he agrees, but remember, a lot of these guys are in big businesses, and big businesses gets money to big businesses. Small businesses don't make enough money to finance the economy like big companies do. Most of the big businesses like Walmart, Amazon, those kind of businesses, they made like $250 billion based off this pandemic alone. All the rich people got $250 billion richer during this time, while the rest of the U.S. got way poorer. That is not how it should work in a normal society. And I'm one of those people who think, like Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, like, he deserves to be rich. And he started that company from ground up. Like, he should treat his employees great and stuff like that. But like he earned that money. He was the one who started the business. So like, I shouldn't tell him what to do with the money. But there's no way people should be profiting off of a nationwide pandemic.
Money isn't disappearing. Money isn't disappearing. This pandemic has redistributed money in a way where you have a lot of big businesses making a lot more, and a lot of lower class people losing it. Money just doesn't disappear into thin air. It's not like everybody is losing money. So that's a great point.
And the other thing I want to say, So he said that experts are saying it'll be another several months before those businesses will open in full, so those who spend won't go there. But that's my point. We've mismanaged this to a point where now we're talking about maybe having to shut down again or limiting how we can reopen again. And then some places are just saying, screw it, let's reopen fully and not give a crap about what happens. And this whole thing was mismanaged from the beginning. If we would have taken it seriously back in, when we first found out about it, or at the very least in early March, and just shut it down for a month, said, okay, you know what, America, we're just going to make sure everyone stays home for a month. Do not leave your house. We got you covered. Like anyone who has a lease or a mortgage, we'll cover that. We're putting a freeze on all that nationwide. And then so no one has to pay anything for a month basically. And yes, that would hurt the economy, but in a month time, you pretty much be ready to move back open. So early April, we would have been ready to pretty much reopen again. And if everyone was on board and did the same thing, and we all were unselfish and agreed to just stay home for the good of the country, then it would have been gone. But the problem is you're never going to have that happen because there's too many selfish people and no one's willing to give up their freedoms in order to
have more freedom later.
Right. That's literally what it is. In order to give your freedom, I'd give my freedom up for a month. I basically did, man. I wasn't doing anything. It sucked, but I'll gladly give up my freedom for a month in order to have more freedom for the year after that, instead of being stuck in limbo because there's people out there that aren't willing to just chill out for a month.
The problem is there's people like you and me we did isolate ourselves for a month or so, barely left our house, and now we're being penalized because not everyone was willing to do that.
Yep, a bunch of selfish people, man, and it pisses me off. It really does piss me off. I am so disappointed in just this country, man. You just have this pandemic has shown just how many selfish people you have out there, and I've known this is a thing. But it's just different to see it play out basically directly in front of you and have it actually affect your way of living. How selfish other people are has affected reality for me in a way that it never has before. And that just makes it more real. You know what I mean? So I'm super frustrated, man. I'm just disappointed in this country, and it's some of it's the people and people being stupid. And a big part of it is the government, which isn't a surprise, It's just and it's not just this pandemic. It's other stuff too. And I'm sure you guys know what I'm referencing. I mean, a lot of you probably saw what I tweeted out in regards to Donald Trump demanding an apology from Bubba Wallace. I'm not even going to get into that, but that type of shit just pisses me off. So I don't know. The thing is, how messed up things are now, will probably bring positive change in November. And I'm not saying that from I prefer the Democratic Party type of standpoint. I honestly think any Republican who is in their right mind wouldn't want Donald Trump back in office. It's not even a party thing anymore. Things would get a lot better if we went from Donald Trump to Mitt Romney or any number of Republicans. This isn't even a party thing for me. That guy needs to get out of office. That guy's caused so much damage this year, made things so much worse this year, that he needs to go. I'm optimistic that everything that's happened will get him out of office in November. So it sucks, but in a way there is a silver lining. Hopefully we get some better leadership in damn place and in time for us to kind of hopefully move out of all this,
So I hate to keep bringing up one person, but I got to address this too. The problem is Kyle Wilson says that I don't trust the authorities to give me back my freedom later. And the reason why I don't is because historical precedent for that. I get the frustration and the government sticks. So here's my retort to that. The motherfuckers who are saying don't take away my freedom are the fuckers that are spreading this shit right now and refusing to wear a mask and all that shit. So fuck you if that's your opinion. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. But if you think that doing what's right for the whole community, the whole U.S., means that they're taking away your freedom, they're not taking away your guns for a month. They're not doing anything like that. They're just... It would be to make everyone healthy and to not get people killed. It has nothing to do with your freedom. The people who are complaining about their freedoms being taken away are the ones going to parties right now. I've seen a million of the parties for 4th of July around my neighborhood, people not giving a crap about social distancing. Love you, bud.
You get walked in on rant mode, bro.
So... Sorry, Hamza. But yeah, so
I mean, like, I get your anger 1,000%.
I didn't mean fuck you particular. I know we've had a respectful conversation. I'm just saying every single person that's right now like, it's my freedom not to wear a mask are the people that are spreading this crap. So like that's what makes me mad is like, you say like, oh, you don't want them to take away your freedom, but like the people who are saying that aren't acting responsible enough to not have their freedom taken away, and I think they should have it taken away.
1,000%. And the thing is, it's like the government has shown throughout all this that they want people to have freedom, right? What has Donald Trump been pushing? Donald Trump has been pushing. Well, that, sadly. But Donald Trump has been pushing for states to reopen and to give people their freedom and whatnot, right? All these politicians are backed by billion-dollar corporations, right? Like, yes, there are some billion-dollar corporations that are benefiting from this, but the government has shown that they want people to have their freedom. That is, like, Donald Trump's main priority. The government doesn't benefit from keeping us without our freedom, right? Like the way this country is structured, it's like if the government didn't want us to have freedom, then they would be taking it away right now. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like it's just I don't know. I'm trying to think about how I just want to word.
People aren't willing to sacrifice their freedom to make it better in the future. They just want to be free at all times, whether it screws other people or not. And that's what's really disappointing.
You would have if this government tried to like put us in, have us stay in our homes for a month, right? If things got a lot better and 6 months from now they were still trying to keep us in our homes for no reason, this country would fall apart. Like, it would not be good for the government. The government, like,
we'd revolt. Yeah,
I mean, there would be big portions of the U.S. Army that would revolt. Like, it would literally start a civil war. The government wouldn't win in that situation. The government would not win. There's big portions of the army that would revolt because what is like the ideals of this country? Freedom and liberty for all, right? If you had our government take that away, the very ideals of this country, citizens wouldn't stand for that. And literally, honestly, it would probably unite our citizens in more of a way than any other. You know what I mean? Because if they are unnecessarily infringing upon our freedoms in a way that, like, has no justification, then everybody's going to get pissed off. The thing is, there is justification in a pandemic when you can stay inside your house for a month and then have things be a lot better and things be a lot safer. And you don't have a situation where hundreds of thousands of people are dying. So the whole like, well, if they take away our freedoms, I'm worried that they're not going to give it back. Nothing has shown that they want us to be without our freedoms just for the hell of it, right? Nothing has shown that the government even has the power to restrict our freedom without just cause. Like, you know what I mean? They couldn't even really do it. Like, I mean, they didn't try hard enough, but it was hard for them to do it even in the middle of a pandemic. that was killing tens, hundreds of thousands of people. So the whole thing about if they take away our freedoms now, I'm worried they'll never give it back. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy it. He says, do you want to add on to that, or do you want me to read what he said? Because I just want
to say something he said earlier about problem is that sets the precedence of the government being able to force you to do other things in a crisis. And once again, they're not saying you have to turn in your guns and then you'll get them back at the end of this quarantine or something like that. It's wearing a damn mask on your face. Like, it's not, you're not losing any of your freedoms, or to, like, you can still go to the store. You can still do whatever you want. Like, yes, I understand that people don't like being told what to do. And that's the problem, is people, like, because the governor, I'm not a fan of the governor. I'll just say that, but here in Oregon. Yeah. But she came out and said, okay, it's Memorial Day weekend. Please don't go out. Please just stay home. It will not be good if we all go out and, like, go on vacation this weekend. Everyone's like, F you, I'm going on vacation. And, like, the beaches were too crowded. All these places were too crowded. People didn't listen. And then it's like you have to save people from their own good. It's like why there's a salary cap in the NBA, because, like, GMs are stupid and they just keep spending money, and then teams lose money and they can't do it, and then they have to impose rules to save the GMs from themselves. So, like, some of these things are not taking away your freedom. It's saving people who are smart and who, like, actually try to do the right thing from people who are unwilling to do the right thing no matter what they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because even with the stay-at-home orders and the wear mask orders, there's still thousands of people that don't listen and have parties and won't wear the mask and all that stuff. So
I think I thought he was responding to, like, keep people in their homes for a month,
I think he's saying that the government shouldn't be allowed to order everyone to wear masks, because then what's next? They'll
Kyle,
take it.
You're not talking on masks, are you? Because, like, I didn't agree with your opinion before, but if what you've been saying is in regards to making people wear masks, then your point just got even more ridiculous, man. I know he just said have a great night, that he's going to bed, but okay, he said okay. So he wasn't talking about. I think you guys had miscommunication where you thought he was kind of, like, talking about the wearing masks things, and he was talking about enforcement of a, like, at-home quarantine, which I still think you guys will end up disagreeing. But
well, he said, because Destrom said, Kyle Wilson, it should be a rule to wear a mask, and wearing a mask is not taking away your freedom. And then he responded, the problem is it sets the precedence that the government could force you to do other things in a crisis. So I don't see how that isn't about a mask.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, like, nothing he's said, even with me looking as he's talking about enforcing an at-home quarantine, nothing he said has really held water, because he responded a little bit ago saying, Tori, we like to think that, but they've done hundreds of tests that show that people are likely to do morally evil things when an authority says to. My last point, because I need to sleep. How does that affect people going along with a completely needless at-home quarantine? You know what I mean? Like, if we quarantine for a month, right, and the case counts for the country got down into the tens or the single digits or something, you know what I mean? Like, even the hundreds, that would be great compared to where we're at now, right? If the case counts got down to there and the government kept enforcing a quarantine for people, do you really think that a bunch of people, the majority of people, are just going to go along with that because they're more likely to do morally evil things when the authority says to? So those studies, how does the studies that show that people are more likely to do morally evil things when authority says to, how does that apply to people going along with the quarantine when the situation is much better than it is? You know what I mean? Like, that's two completely different things, because listening to the government and quarantining isn't a morally evil thing in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how that comment applies to anything we're talking about.
Well, and honestly, you have the group that supports Trump, and they will always support him, and they will do whatever he says, right? Mm-hmm. So if he just said, you know what's best for this country? Let's just quarantine and not do anything, then all those people will be quarantining right now. If he was at every press conference wearing a mask, all these people who are saying, don't take away my freedom, they'd be wearing a mask right now.
Yep.
And that's all it would have taken. So, like,
1,000%.
It's kind of stupid to say that you don't want to do what the government wants, but then you would have done it if Trump would have been telling you, and that's the man in charge right now of this country. And then also look at other countries. The government didn't, after the quarantine, be like Italy wasn't like, oh, sorry, we like this quarantine thing, we have you now. Ha ha ha, you're all staying in quarantine. Like, that's not what happened in other countries. So, like, the fact that we're so scared that our president would just, like, abuse that privilege, that just shows how bad of a person he is and how messed up this country is. Because, like, if this was truly a free country, we would never worry about that. We would all be like, oh, that's right, let's all quarantine for a month. When we get out of this, we'll all be good. We'll get all our freedoms back. That's how it should work. And that's how people should be able to trust the government to do that. But the government is so shady and so, like, they only care about themselves. They only care about, like, helping the businesses that help them get, like, I mean, we don't even have health care, like, for everyone in this country. And I'm not saying it should be free for everyone, but, like, seriously, we don't even, like, you have to be rich to get treatments to some things. And if like one person in your family, for most families, gets sick or has some sort of hospital bill, you're bankrupt for like years and you can never recover because that's how messed up the system is. Mm-hmm. But the government gets big money from pharmaceutical companies, so they're never going to change those policies because that would affect how much money they get too.
Yeah, well, the thing is, even with how messed up the government is, it's still not in their best interest to keep us away from having freedom. And the government has shown that through this whole entire thing. And some people say, oh, the Republicans want you to have your freedom, the Democrats want to take it away, because that's a narrative I've seen all the time. That's complete bullshit. I live in Washington State. We have a Democratic governor, right? We got Jay Inslee. And he has allowed counties to reopen on a county-by-county basis. There are counties out there that can have up to 50 people, outdoor gatherings, and have gyms open, and all sorts of things, right? Like, Clark County, like, if the coronavirus cases everywhere else didn't get so bad in the state, then Clark County would be in that phase right now. And Clark County has 500,000 people. Like, we have restaurants open. You know what I mean? We have some things open. We've slowly reopened by a county-by-county basis with a Democratic governor. If it wasn't in his best interest to allow us to reopen our state, then why would he? You know what I mean? The people that are afraid of Democrats trying to steal their freedom, it's like, man, if Democrats were trying to steal your freedom, you wouldn't have Democratic governors out here reopening their states. You know what I mean? Like, shoot, with how bad the coronavirus cases have gotten in Washington, it's like at a all-time worst right now, right? Nobody would know, like, Inslee would be justified in completely resetting every county in the state back to phase 1. Because phase 1 is like the most locked down phase. And he hasn't done that. So it's like the whole Democrats trying to take away our freedoms. I'm worried about, I don't want to give them my freedoms. Democrats or the government might not give it back. It doesn't make any sense. Like, nothing about this has shown that the government wants to completely take away your freedoms for good. It's just a bunch of, like, stuff to go against people. I don't know.
There's been several times, too, where the government has said that they wouldn't give funding to states that had a mask policy or that had stay-at-home orders and stuff like that. So, like, that's BS, too. Like, it should be the problem is we're too divided politically in this country, and it's messing everything up. And
the thing is,
if everyone was just on the same page and agreed during a pandemic, who the fuck cares if you're Republican or Democratic? Let's just all freaking get through this and get rid of this. Our main focus right now, who cares about politics? Who cares about anything? Let's just get rid of the virus, and then we can go back to fighting about Trump and all this crap. And
the thing is with how divided this country is based off political party, it does result in a situation where you're not going to have one of the political parties want to completely unjustly take away freedoms in an obvious way, right? Because then, like, it is a two-party system. It would be a death wish for one of those parties to try and steal away freedom for absolutely no reason, or to try and keep people locked up in quarantine for absolutely no reason. The thing is, you have a reason with this virus. You have a reason to do it for a month, so that hopefully we can be in a better spot in a month. But if you had absolutely no reason to do so, and one of these political parties tried to completely steal away freedom and lock people up for a year or for a decade or for however long they wanted, that's a death wish for that party. That party is gonna start losing every election because people don't want their freedom taken away here. Like, that is like the number one thing people want here, more than anything. So regardless of the party, like, that is a thing with how divided we are politically, is that each party has about a similar yield of power, like it sways red, it sways blue over decades, but like both parties have a decent amount of power in this country. It's a death wish for either party to completely steal away our freedoms and keep us from our freedoms when we should get them back. So the whole narrative about, if they take away our freedoms, they might not give it back to us. I'm worried about them taking away our freedoms for good if they start now. It's a bunch of BS. It literally holds no water, and nobody can justify that take. I've never seen anybody justify that take in a way that makes sense.
And that's why we don't do shit every time there's a school shooting, and we don't ever do anything. It's just like, oh, there's another one. Almost desensitized now to it. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, because of schools not being in session right now, we haven't had to worry about that, I guess. But like every time it's like, you better not change any gun laws. Like, you're not taking away my guns, that kind of stuff. It's like every time. And then, so nothing ever happens and nothing ever gets done about it. And then it just keeps happening. So at some point, we've got to realize that it's not about the government taking away your freedoms. It's about trying to protect society and our kids and our parents and stuff, or high risk people from this virus or from school shootings or whatever we're talking about. And just know that we need to figure out a solution, not be like, have half the people be like, I don't want my freedoms to be taken away, and then half the people being like, well, like, a mask blocks half of your spit coming out. It's common sense that it would help reduce it, even if it's just a few percentage less. Like, it's still worth wearing it because that's a couple percentage of people that won't get it. So it just blows my mind that we can't just think in terms of common sense and doing what's right as a country versus like what political side you're on.
Yep. So Kyle Wilson came in here with just his I don't know. I kind of wish he was still in here, like his argument didn't hold any water, man. It's just like, it's the type of stuff the Republican Party feeds people for whatever reason so that they don't go out and wear masks and they act stupid. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I've seen from that party. And I mean, it starts at the top with the president, who doesn't prioritize wearing masks, and instead they're trying to take your freedom. I don't know, because I'm just paraphrasing here, but liberate Michigan, liberate Virginia. We need to open back up. He tweeted out today, schools must reopen in the fall. like that type of stuff. It's ridiculous, man. And the whole can't let them take away your freedoms or you might never have freedom again type of stuff. It's just like, to me, it's almost just a scare tactic. I don't know. It's almost like we'll stand up for your freedoms because they're trying to take it away. So then these people pledge allegiance to this party, to this Republican Party, because of that. Because that's the number one thing they fear. Can't take away my freedoms. Can't take away my guns. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's almost like cults use scare tactics to recruit people into being loyal to a cult, right? The thing is, a lot of organized groups do that too.
And just to address something Destrom said, he said it's not the guns that do the thing, and I agree. I'm not saying that gun laws are the answer or whatever, taking away guns. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just using that as an example. As immediately after a school shooting, you've got people saying, better not try to take away my guns or make it harder for me to get a gun or whatever. And that's the problem. Like, we just think of it in terms of, like, how will this affect me? Not like, oh my goodness, like 30 kids just died. Like, what the frick?
Is there a way we can prevent this from happening?
Yeah, like
again?
how can we slow this down or like make it so it's not happening every frickin' day in this country? And you guys are right. There is a lot of mental health problems and problems with bullying and problems with family situations that all need to get better. But that just goes to my point again earlier that, like, most families in this country don't even have access to mental health as part of their insurance. So you can't go like talk to someone without it costing like thousands of dollars. And then like, it's like, is it worth paying for this? We can't even afford to put food on our table. And so like, it's just going to get worse as it goes on unless we address some of these issues. And that's my whole point. We don't know what necessarily works or doesn't work, but the fact that we do nothing when this stuff happens, or just say like, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, I don't need to wear a mask, that kind of thing. That kind of attitude is what's wrong with this country. Like, you're not willing to like think about it and try to be like, how can I do my part to make sure I don't spread it when I go to the store? Instead of, you're just like, the government's not going to take away my freedom. And that's not right to think that way. I don't think. I think that's what's wrong with this country is like, if everyone was just like, you know what, I hate wearing a mask, but if it saves someone's life because I wore a mask going to the grocery store to get some food, like, I'll freaking wear the mask. Like, if everyone thought that way, then this virus would not be as spreading as much as it is right now. We wouldn't have had a resurgence in the last few weeks, and nothing would have happened. And I think that's my problem with America right now. It's not necessarily that I have the answers, because I don't. I'm just saying, like, it's ridiculous how selfish people are when it just comes to they only think about it in terms of, how does this affect my life? I don't give a crap about anyone else.
Yep. And I mean, you see that attitude across different problems in regards to this country. It's not just the virus, and that's what's sad, you know? I mean, with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, you see that play out when you have these white privileged people saying, well, all lives matter. That's basically some saying, Black lives matter, what about me? I matter. You know what I mean? Even though they're not the ones who are oppressed, they're the one who's privileged because they're white. And meanwhile, you have black people in this country who are racially oppressed. And the Black Lives Matter movement is showing support of black people who are oppressed in this country. It's not denouncing white people. It's not anything against white people, right? But you have these people who react to that like, oh, Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. Which is basically them saying, what about me? Which is the attitude that way too many people have in this country. And that's the thing. It translates across multiple different issues. I know a lot of you guys are on Twitter. If you ever read political tweets and look at the comments, it's easy to spot. And sometimes people are clever with their words and the way they can phrase things. But a lot of times, if you read enough of it, you can kind of just start to notice the selfishness behind it all. The attitude that a lot of people should have is like, okay, well, how can we fix this problem and make things better for everyone? And that attitude is not as commonplace as it should be.
Yeah. True story. Before the stream started, I was like, "Can we not talk about coronavirus tonight?"
Yeah.
And then we ended up going off. So I was a little triggered, but yeah, whatever. I saw a video of a like.
I get. Let me just say this. I get why you were triggered, given what you thought he was talking about.
No, but
like I get why you were triggered in general, but like I would have been just as triggered if he was talking about face masks.
Trevin quoted him several times saying masks.
Yeah.
And saying his point.
Maybe he meant that and then backtracked from it, but the whole time
I got mad.
Yeah. I mean, the whole time I was thinking he was talking about like forced 1 month quarantine for everybody, and that's what he was responding to. So when you got really mad, I was like, whoa, I didn't expect it. I'm down for it. This is YouTube. I love it. But and it's something that makes me mad too. So I like being able to just show my emotion. You can show your emotion. You know, that's what I love about this.
Yeah, Destrom, I saw that disgusting video today too, where this lady went up to a Black Lives Matter protest and screamed White Lives Matter and said white lives are better. Like, that's just disgusting. I mean, and that's the problem. We have so many people like that.
That's obvious selfishness and racism, you know? A lot of people are a lot more discreet in their racism and their selfishness. That's obvious to spot. The thing is, there are people out there that are probably discreetly racist that would speak out against that because that's obviously racist, and they look good speaking out against that. But discreetly, maybe even not consciously to them, but subconsciously, they have subconscious bias, and they are subconsciously racist. You know, so that's the thing. There's different types of racism and selfishness, and the way people portray their own emotions and attributes.
Just change the title to Eric Rose Kyle for half an hour.
Political. It's not podcast anymore, but political podcast. Political show.
Someone said something.
Someone says something.
We're not going to get into that solar money.
I don't even see what you're talking about. Was it Oaga?
No, it starts the end. It's on the final.
It's on the final.
It's on like scroll all the way down, and it's like
my
7 or 8.
My chat's frozen. Oh, I see it. Yeah, bro, you're just ignorant as hell. You're ignorant. I highly suggest you actually listen. That's all I suggest for you, is to actually listen. Because if that is your standpoint, you're not listening enough. And you're not listening to the right people. So that's all I gotta say to that. And I don't know. Like, this isn't the place for it, but when I see something like that from, like, somebody who watches the channel, like, I want to help educate you. I want to help educate them. Because it's just...
most people who think that way don't want to be educated.
That's the problem. That's the problem, you know? And it's like, I want people to just be more educated on this stuff. So it is, you know, disappointing to see that type of viewpoint, and I'm a little bit too naive more. It's like, I just want to, I think I can get through this person, even though a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people that have those opinions won't listen, which is why I'm saying I just highly suggest you listen to the right people and actually listen, remove all your preconceived notions and actually open up your mind and listen to the right people. That is my recommendation for you, Solar Money. If you don't do that, that's your own, you know, free will. I just hope from somebody that's, you know, I mean, like, you've been a part of this community, just take it from me. I hope you do that, man. That's all I gotta say on that.
2K Land, what was your question?
Yeah, I forget, but I mean, we'll finish up the stream with that. Tori not gonna respond, give up. I mean, we're talking about some important stuff. You know what I mean? Like, we are talking about some important stuff. It's Nas from Twitter. What did you think about me saying in the game chat that the Lakers would only be a tiny bit worth without AD? Imagine if they didn't trade AD.
I completely disagree with that.
Yeah. In the chat, he assumed that they would sign Tobias Harris with the cap space that they had for like Kawhi in the AD trade or whatever.
Why would Tobias got a max and more money to stay in Philly? I don't know why he would.
So that is the problem with the whole assumption that you had, Nas, is that Tobias would have went to LA. He got more money in Philly. He wanted to stay in Philly, so he stayed in Philly. Like, sure, maybe it would have happened, but it's unlikely that Tobias would have went there. And given how they held out for Kawhi, I don't think that they would have offered
they were
in the first place because they were holding out. They were holding out for Kawhi, so they passed up the opportunity to go after free agents like that. Yeah, they wouldn't have had AD on the books, but they would have had Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, and all those guys on the books. So they would have only had like one max slot. Without trading for AD, they would have only had one max slot, and they wouldn't have used it on Tobias Harris because they were holding out for Kawhi Leonard. So you wouldn't be able to just add Tobias Harris to that equation.
I don't think Ingram's a great fit with LeBron.
Yeah.
I also Lonzo Ball isn't a great fit for LeBron.
Yeah, I think Lonzo also just need to get out of LA. Yeah. I think it was good for him to go to a place low key, to go to a team that like fit his style where he could have the ball a lot, have a lob target like Zion. It just seems like he got traded to New Orleans and then he just put his head down, really worked on his shot, really worked on his game. So I think going to New Orleans helped Lonzo. I think that was important.
Yeah, Josh Hart was solid, but that's not going to be the difference between their season last year and because he was on the team last year. Yeah. So there wouldn't have been that much. I guess they would have had the fourth pick. They maybe could have traded that for someone else or used that to. But I mean, even if they get DeAndre Hunter or someone like that, it doesn't really help them that much this year get better. So,
and I mean, who else was out there on the trade market? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. For the fourth pick, there really wasn't anybody too noteworthy out there otherwise. Like, they couldn't have traded for Paul George because the Thunder got so many picks from the Clippers, man. And at that point, it would have taken like the package they gave up for AD in order to get Paul George. Which maybe they got Paul George and then that convinced Kawhi. I don't know. Like a bunch of things would have been different. So you can't even go deep. But the way you described it, you can't add Tobias to that equation. So I mean, they would still have Mo Wagner, who I like. But the thing is, they would have had more. They already have decent role players that kind of fit what they have right now, and they have that second star. And having AD is huge for them, offensively and defensively. If you take them out of the equation, they are definitely worse. They are not a top 4 team without AD, in my opinion. I mean, you saw how they struggled last year without AD. If you throw Tobias in there, Tobias kind of fits nice with LeBron and maybe some of the other pieces. So if you had like Ingram, LeBron, Tobias, even though Ingram isn't like a great fit with LeBron, maybe they still would be noticeably worse, but like maybe not too much worse if you threw in Tobias. But if they didn't trade AD, they were not going to get Tobias because they were holding out for Kawhi. So that's my answer to that.
And you got a couple of fellow Mo Wagner fans in the chat.
Hey, I'm down for
and
that.
2K land.
I really like Mo Wagner.
Tori loves Wagner.
I think if you notice that Mo Wagner had a good year this year, then you are paying attention to most casual fans of the NBA. That is my opinion on that. I think Mo Wagner could low key be a 20-point per game guy in his prime. I mean, I'm really high on him. I mean, the dude is agile. The dude can really shoot the ball. Good, like, in between float game for a big. Can finish well around the rim. Can handle the ball well for a big. You know what I mean? Like, why can't that guy... Like, if people think Lauri Markkanen can score 20 a game, why can't Mo Wagner score 20 a game? You know? Like, what can Lauri Markkanen do that Mo Wagner can't?
Yeah,
some people,
I'm not super high on either.
Some people might laugh at that question, but like if you really think about it, like what can Mo Wagner do that Lauri Markkanen can't? You know, I think Mo Wagner, if he develops and reaches his ceiling, I think his ceiling is like a 20 point per game guy. So I'm high on him. And also a lot of bigs that can handle the ball and can shoot have a lot of developmental ability as a passer. You know, like I feel like bigs that can handle the ball and shoot well have a good feel for the basketball in general, and I feel like those types of bigs can normally develop into being pretty good passers. You look at like an Al Horford, you look at like a Marcus Saul, you look at who else? Who else like wasn't a great passer but developed into a good passing big? Kelly Olynyk, kind of. Kelly Olynyk's underrated passer. Mason Plumlee could always handle the ball, and he wasn't really a passer before Portland, but then Terry Stotts utilized him in a way where he became a good passer. So I feel like if you can handle the ball and shoot or shoot, then you can become a good passing big. So I look at a guy like Wagner. I feel like obviously there's more that goes into it, being able to see passes, being able to have good accuracy with your passes, being not being turnover prone. There are other things that go into it, but I feel like looking at a Wagner and looking at how he can shoot and how he can handle the ball, I feel like if a coach wanted to, they could utilize him as a bit of a playmaker and develop his playmaking. So,
yeah.
I like Wagner, man.
I know. I don't. I think even if he does develop all those skills, I think he's a solid rotational big. I don't see him ever scoring close to 20 points per game. That's really hard to do in the NBA. Yeah. I'm just more focused on.
I got a question.
Solar money.
Do I need to give him a 300 or
no? He's not saying anything ban-worthy. Just. Not good either.
I saw his last comment. Wait, what? The cops are a real issue facing the black community, and if you don't think so, you're not listening. That's all I gotta say to that. I'm not even gonna get into it, but bro, if black people tell you that cops are an issue facing their community, who are you to tell them that they're not? Right? Like, in African Americans will tell you that cops are an issue for their community.
How is there a bigger issue than being killed unjustly? There's not a bigger issue than that, man.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't have to get killed. Even if you do commit a crime, you don't deserve to die unless it's like, you're sentenced to death. But a cop doesn't have the right to be the judge and executioner on that.
1,000%. And the thing is, that's people will downplay it as like, it's only once or twice. But the thing is, when that happens, it makes every other black person in this country fear for their lives if they get pulled over, because there are cops out there that racially profile and that are racist, and will escalate. The thing is, there are cops out there that will escalate situations to the point that they end up unjustly killing a black person, right? You saw it. That's how all this kind of kicked off. I mean, it was a problem before, but it's become front and center because of what happened to George Floyd. The thing is, that type of situation, it's only one instance of it. There are other instances of it, way too many instances of it. But it makes black people fear for their safety. Even if nothing happens to them, they still shouldn't have to fear for their lives when they get pulled over for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Shoot, sometimes they're not doing anything wrong and they have to fear for their lives because a cop pulls them over because they're black. Like, that is not a thing that should exist, especially in this country, right? So you want to talk about, there's bigger issues. They're delegitimizing their cause because they're focusing on those issues. You are not in a position to say what is the biggest issue for another group of people. Especially, I mean, I assume you're white. But especially if you're a privileged person, you're not in a position to talk about what is the biggest issue facing a person who's oppressed. Like, you don't have that experience. You don't have to deal with that on a day in, day out basis. That's why I suggested that you listen to these people, that you truly open up and listen to the right people. That's why I started all this off by saying that. That's what you need to do. And
the movement is simply that they want to be treated equally as everyone else. Mm-hmm. And so if you're saying that their movement is dumb or like not addressing the right issues, you're basically saying that they shouldn't be equal to everyone else. So
Yeah.
So like it's actually the opposite of what you're saying, that they should be focusing on other stuff. No, because they should be equal to everyone. There shouldn't be a discrepancy between your skin color on how oppressed you are, how like society treats you, or how a police officer treats you, or how the health system in this country treats you. Like all that stuff should be the same, no matter if you're an American. It should be the same for all Americans. Like it shouldn't. Like it goes back to the whole political thing. Like just treat everyone the same. Everyone care about other people. It's not that hard. But like people make it like so much more complicated than it has to be.
I can't stand the white people that will have somebody of color tell them an issue that they have to deal with, and then the white person won't believe them or won't take them for their word, as if they have a better knowledge of what a person of color faces day in, day out than a person of color does. Like, I hate white people that act like they are the experts of the issues that face people of color and will argue with people of color over them. How does that make any sense? It literally is the dumbest thing. So, like, I'm not saying that, Solar Money, I'm not saying that you're arguing with a person of color or anything, because that type of opinion usually comes from people that haven't really listened to people of color. So that's why I recommend that you listen to the right people. You listen to a person of color. You ask them about the issues that they have to face, and then you listen to them. Like, bro, oh my god, man. Yeah, the 83 black kids dying in Chicago is an issue, right? But here's the thing. Poverty breeds crime, right? So I hate every time somebody brings up, oh, you look at black on black violence, or you look at violence in black communities. Poverty has a direct link to crime, right? When you have nothing to lose, right? If you're stuck in poverty, that motivates you to do something like, oh, well, might as well go sell drugs and maybe try and get my family out of poverty or something. You know what I mean? Like, poverty has a direct link to crime, and the people that bring up the, crime amongst blacks or crime in Chicago, crime and that type of stuff, they're not looking at the full picture. Why do you think that a lot of African Americans are stuck in poverty? It's systematic racism. That's why you need to listen to people. That's why you need to listen to the right people and get the full picture and get their side of the story, because you're not educated on this.
The other thing too, so what's the leading cause of death in America?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Probably like heart disease, I think. Mm-hmm. Probably. So when the pandemic started, are we just supposed to be like, this pandemic doesn't matter, coronavirus, screw that. Heart disease is more important, so let's just only talk about heart disease, screw coronavirus. Less people are going to die from that than heart disease. Like, no, you have to focus on what's important right now. Like, okay? And a person against a person is bad. And no one's not saying that's not an issue, or it's not any less or more important than the issue at hand. But the issue is innocent people are dying, and even if they're not innocent, they're committing crimes that do not deserve an officer killing them. No one deserves to die by a police officer in a situation like George Floyd did, or Breonna Taylor, or Elijah McClain. Those type of people did not deserve to even be even touched in a physical manner outside of cuffing them, or like not in the other two cases, the latter two, like not at all. They were completely innocent people who just, one of them, the police went into their home while they were sleeping, and the other one matched a description. And that's the problem. Like, the cops are supposed to protect this country and not freaking kill people.
Mm-hmm. I cannot stand people that bring up citizen on citizen crime in a way to downplay
the crime committed by people put in power to protect the community, where that power is then abused in a racist manner to kill people of that community. It's so uneducated and so ignorant. Solar Money, I hope that you listen to the right people. I hope. The thing is, people like you that say this type of stuff don't help the issues at all. You make it worse. If people would just listen to people of color, if you listen to people of color and actually legitimately listened with an open mind, you would not have those opinions, right? The thing is, people need to listen to people of privilege, people in power, people, in society. They need to listen to the voice of those who are oppressed. That is how you fix this type of issue, right? And it's obvious you haven't done that, so you're a part of the problem. So if you're really actually legitimately worried about the issues being fixed, then quit focusing on, they're focusing on the wrong things in order to fix their issues. That's not how those issues are going to get fixed, from you worried about, they're focused on the wrong thing. How the issue is going to get fixed is you actually legitimately listening to these people. So if you are actually legitimately concerned about these issues getting fixed, then open up your ears and listen. Quit talking. Quit giving your uneducated and ignorant opinions on it, and listen to the right people. That's literally what I started off by saying. And it's literally what I'm going to end with.
Can I say one thing too?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the police, there's protests against police brutality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that they're on camera, being watched, they still use police brutality against the protests against police brutality, right? You see videos of them having a guy on the ground and handing a weapon to them so they can justify beating him because he had a weapon. You see all kinds of innocent people being attacked and arrested for peacefully protesting.
Yeah.
They're doing this crap on camera.
Yeah, the police
so if you're going to
brutality
talk about
an issue.
Black crime, how many crimes do you think happen where an officer goes up to an innocent black person and charges them with a crime, or beats the crap out of him and then just says he was being disorderly and tried to attack him or something like that? Because they lied on these police reports when there's video of the crime happening. They say that they didn't do anything and that the person started and got all agitated, even though it's clearly on camera not happening. You look at the police report and it's completely made up BS. So what do you think happens when it's not on camera and they go into, you have a racist cop in one of these situations and he sees a black person walking down the street and all of a sudden that guy's being arrested or he's going to the hospital with injuries and then charged with a crime later than that. And that goes to all the yes, black on black crime is a problem, but this is way more of a problem if the people who are supposed to be controlling and protecting the city are also doing this kind of stuff. And it's proven that they do it. So if you want to ignore the fact that they just do it, and you want to, like Trevin says, if you want to deflect from the actual issue that's happening, you're basically just ignoring that that's an issue. And until that gets solved, we can't focus on this other stuff because white people are doing shit to them that they don't deserve, and they deserve to be treated as equal as someone of white skin, and it's not fair, and it needs to be better.
I really want to respond to what he just said here. He said, are people trying to fix the single motherhood rate in the black community? Well, I have a question for you, Solar Money. Do you think the single motherhood rate in white communities that are in poverty is higher than white communities that are upper class? Maybe I need to rephrase that. I don't know if you understand that. I want an answer. I just want an answer from Solar Money Yeet. Do you think poor white communities have a higher single motherhood rate than rich white communities?
The other thing too, he's basically being stereotypical racist right now. So That's really bothering me because that's the problem. Like you're trying to excuse police brutality against black people by saying like, well, look at the single motherhood rate. Look at how much they attack each other. It's bullshit, man. They don't deserve to be treated unequally.
Well, I just want his answer to this question because literally I'm just going to tie together the common sense for him. Sorry, I'm looking for something from my phone because this chat's lagging a little behind. I want to pull it up on my phone. Because I just, Solar Money, I want your answer to this question. Yes or no? Do you think it's higher in poor white communities than rich white communities? I'm just going to wait on his answer. I'm waiting on your answer, man. I'm waiting on your answer, man. The thing is, with the stuff you're saying, there are people of color that would say you're being racist. Do you think they're wrong? Do you think they don't know what a racist looks like? I mean, we're not going to dive in deeper on that. I just want your answer to the question I asked you. Because I'm going to point out the ignorance of it. Just give me your answer, man. Do you think the single motherhood rate is higher in poor white communities than it is in rich white communities? That's what I want an answer to.
Give him a minute to look it up.
I mean, it's a pretty common sense answer. Like, so, oh my God. Bro. So you think that the color of someone's skin, which is the only difference between poor white neighborhoods and poor black communities, right? You think the color of somebody's skin makes it more likely for them to abandon their child? Because it's basically what you just said.
Don't call me a racist, but let me say this racist. That's not cool, man.
Like, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous. Like, man, the thing is, if they are a stat, here's how I'm gonna pull this all together for you, bro. If you don't think that, if you're not racist and you don't think that skin color leads you more likely to abandon your kid, then there's obviously other factors at play for the black community that aren't there for the white community, right? So if there's other factors at play, then the problem isn't, there's just more black single mothers, it's their fault. Obviously there's other factors. It's literally systematic racism. Like, there are other factors in there that are racially oppressive to the black community, right? Like, I'm not the best person to like try and explain this. Like, systematic racism is a bit of a complex issue. But if it's not because of skin color, which it's not, right? If you think it's because of skin color, then you're racist. But if you truly think that it's, if you're truly not racist, then you should realize that there's other factors in play that are leading to a higher single mother rate in black communities and poor black communities than poor white communities, all right? The thing is, you should be listening to people who would explain those factors to you. That's why I've said this whole entire time, you need to listen to the right people. But instead, you're not educated, you're ignorant, and you're throwing out all these opinions. That's the problem. So, anyway, you good, Eric?
Yeah. Just hate the stereotypes.
Yeah. I mean, it's just... There are uneducated people out there, it's...
No, it's talking about welfare.
Oh, I didn't even see that. See, here's your problem. You think you know, and you don't. And the only way you will learn and you will know is if you swallow your pride and you listen. But what you've shown in this entire conversation is that you won't listen. That's the problem. You're part of the problem because you won't listen. What is stopping you from truly opening up and listening? Honestly, that is a question for you to ask yourself deep down and for you to soul search about. What is stopping you from swallowing your own pride and listening to the right people, to searching out the opinions of people who are oppressed? What is stopping you? That's like, what is, like, I don't understand people like that. Like, why wouldn't you, if you're like a good person, why wouldn't you want to listen? That's what I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you want to, like, try and understand what oppressed people are going to? Because you can't understand based on your own experience. You have a completely different viewpoint. You have privilege. Like, you cannot understand unless you listen to these people. But why wouldn't you want to understand? Right? If you disagree with oppressed people on what they're dealing with, then how is that not a telltale sign to you that you're ignorant? You know what I mean? Like, how do people, like, it's like, I'm somebody who constantly self-reflects on myself. I constantly try and be the best person I can be. I constantly look at myself in the mirror. I look at the way I think about things, and I constantly try to improve myself in that way. So seeing somebody like this, it just boggles my mind just because, like, I'm not wired that way. Like, how can you, like, if you have any sort of decent amount of self-reflection, like, if you're able to self-reflect in a productive way, in the correct way, how do you not notice your own ignorance? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it, man. It's just, I just don't understand how people are so, like, prideful and will literally not listen and just stick to their ignorant opinions instead of, like, maybe trying to educate themselves or get a better understanding of the issues other people face. It's put yourself in other people's shoes. Like, I don't understand that, man. I don't know what it's like if I heard you talk about your life story for 2 minutes and then I started giving you opinions on, like, your life story. I don't know your life story. I'm not going to know it from 2 minutes. I'm not going to know it unless I listen to you. Like, I don't know. It's just like, God, people are so disassociated with problems that other people face and they don't care to listen. It just boggles my mind. So, I mean, I just come back to the same point that I started with. Just listen to the right people, please. Like, try and educate yourself. Like, that's all I ask, right? I don't know if you're 18 or younger or older. I don't know what your parents tell you. The thing is, I know a lot of kids that are under 18 that say this type of stuff have parents that kind of tell them this type of stuff, so they repeat it, right? If you are a kid that's under the age of 18 and you have white parents that tell you this type of stuff, the type of stuff that Solar Money is saying, your parents aren't always right. Your parents can have prejudice. Your parents might be racist. You know? Like, you need to listen to the right people. Your parents are not the experts on what people of color go through. Your parents are not the experts. So if you're a kid under 18 that has your parents tell you this type of stuff, then you need to listen to the right people, and your parents aren't the right people. Your parents aren't the experts, all right? Don't just repeat whatever your parents tell you. Educate yourself. Listen to the right people. Solar Money, I mean, how old are you, Solar Money? Because I feel like he's...
Did you read his last comment?
Yeah, you're not fucking listening to anything I'm saying. See, this is your problem. You won't even listen to me, bro. You won't even listen to me. You literally have not listened to anything I've said, bro. And you might say, oh, yeah, I did. Yes, you're not. It's not registering for you. You're not truly listening to anything I've said. So I guess I just wasted my time trying to, being naive and thinking, okay, maybe this guy's willing to listen to me. Maybe Solar Money has enough respect for me to listen to me, but he doesn't even have, like, and I'm somebody he watches constantly, and he won't even listen to me, so he's definitely not going to go and listen to the people that he truly needs to listen to.
Let me try to paraphrase what you're saying in a different way.
Go ahead.
So, like, when he says, I think BLM could be so much better if they focus on issues that were more important, it is not your place to tell them what is more important to them. And Black Lives Matter is to be treated equally. The police brutality thing is what set, like, into the thing it is today, with the protests and stuff like that. But it's not your place to tell someone else if they're being oppressed what's more important to their oppression or what should be more important to their oppression. And that's what I have a problem with you, man. Like, it's okay to think like, hey, isn't there more important problems? But if people are telling you, no, this is the most important problem from us, no statistic is going to change that for those people that are having those issues. They're having this problem. Like, police are being brutal to them. You can see it all over this country. Our freaking president is a racist, publicly calling out thugs and people just for peacefully protesting. He's basically told his military that he was going to have his military shoot them in the streets, or like, I mean, he said so many racist things. The Bubba Wallace thing today was racist. Mm-hmm. And we have so many racist people in this country that are just flat out on camera telling black people that they're not as good as them. And you're trying to tell us that they should have more important issues, man? Do you realize how that sounds? Like, yeah. I just don't get how you can, it's okay to think like that all those issues are important. But if they're saying, man, you guys need to listen, we need this fixed first, that should be fixed first. You shouldn't be arguing with someone who you're not in the position of. Like, if I was being treated a certain way and I'm telling you this is how I feel, you don't have the right to tell me that I shouldn't feel that way. And that's what you're doing. You're basically telling all black people that they shouldn't be caring about this stuff. They should be caring about that stuff. Like, what makes you more important than the people who are actually going through these problems?
Yeah.
That's my problem with it. And that's why Tori is saying to listen, because you're not listening. Mm-hmm. If you were listening, you would know that you don't argue against something that someone is telling you is the truth and how they feel. And it's a whole society of people that are being oppressed, and it's not right. And you're trying to say like, oh, well, don't shoot your own people then. Like, that's like the dumbest freaking answer you can get, and it's totally ignorant. And you told us earlier not to call you racist, but you are being super racist right now. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but you are.
Ignorant means you lack proper understanding. That's what ignorant means. All right, and you lack proper understanding of this issue, you know. And I mean, I based on how you've posted, I think you understand this issue, and you really don't, man. And you really don't. And that's the problem. That's the problem with a lot of people in regards to this issue, is they think they understand how things are, and they have no clue. All right? And the thing is, they can't get over the fact that they might not understand. You know, you got completely hung up on the fact that I basically said you lack proper understanding. Which is what I meant by calling you ignorant. And you couldn't look past that, and you couldn't listen to anything else. Right? Like, I shouldn't have to completely sugarcoat this for you in order for you to respect me enough to listen to what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even, I'm saying you lack proper understanding. You can't even get past that, man. Which shows that you don't truly want to listen. That's the problem, man. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to the people you need to listen to. And that's disappointing. Because I didn't know that about you, but that's the thing. Everything that's gone on this year are showing people's true colors, and it's just disappointing that you won't even listen to the people you need to listen to. You won't even listen to oppressed people. Instead, you'll tell them what they should be upset about and what they should be worried about.
from a privilege standpoint.
And he said, I guess you can't have an opinion then. Dude, an opinion's on, like, is Dame better than Russell Westbrook? Have an opinion on that. This isn't
yeah.
Your side of the opinion is basically saying that black people don't know what they're talking about and that they shouldn't be treated equally. That's basically what you're saying right now. And you may not see that, and that's why Tori called you ignorant, because you don't realize that that's what you're saying, but it is what you're saying. So, like, you shouldn't be able to have that opinion if that's your opinion. I'm sorry.
There are educated opinions, there are ignorant opinions, there are racist opinions, there are all different kinds of opinions, right? And, like, yes, you have the free will to have any opinion you want, right? Like I can't physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever, I can't stop you from being racist, right? I can try and get you to reflect on your own thoughts and your own opinions to maybe help you realize that you don't have the proper understanding you need, but you are the one in the end that will make the decision to either listen to the right people you need to listen to and become more educated on this issue, or you'll continue what you're doing here, right? A good person would do the first thing. They would listen to the people that are oppressed, and they would try and understand their side of the problem. That's what good people would do. That's what I have always tried to do, because I want to be the best person I can possibly be. So that's what I've always tried to do. And I just don't understand how there's people out there that just don't want to be the best person they could possibly be. There's a lot of people out there like that, you know. It's just sad, man. Because if people just tried to be the best people they could possibly be, this world would be a lot better place. So that's why I'm disappointed.
And I guess if he wants to have that opinion, but why are you arguing against people who have a different, like, you're basically saying that they shouldn't have their opinion. So why are you mad that we're saying that your opinion's wrong when you're saying their opinion's wrong? So it's the same.
You basically
it goes both ways.
Well, you basically have the white person
complain about, oh, you're saying I can't have my opinion, while he's saying that the opinions of people of color in regards to what they have to face on a day in and day out basis, those people's opinions are wrong.
And that's racist. And that he's saying you make it hard to listen when the first response
Nobody
is racist.
even threw out that word to you until, like, I talked to you for 10 minutes. See, you literally can't swallow your pride enough to actually listen to what's actually being said on you. You're just completely hung up because you're way too stubborn. You have way too much pride. Like, way too much. It's an egotistical thing to really get hung up on that. To not be able to take, like, some constructive criticism, which is what we're trying to give you. We're trying to get you to think about things in a better way, to get you to listen to people who are oppressed, right? Like it's not people out here that are trying to completely tear you down for fun or anything. I am literally trying to help you see how you lack proper understanding and hopefully get you to the point where you'll listen to the right people, listen to the people that you need to listen to, right?
Is worried about
I'm literally talking to you, trying to do something productive for you, for the way you think, right? And you can't move past the fact that I basically said you lack proper understanding. And that's because you don't want to listen, which is entirely the problem I pointed out in the first place, right? You could mask it as, oh, well, it's hard to listen when you say I don't understand, or you say it's right. No, you don't want to listen. That's just the truth. So, I mean, I guess that's where we're left off here, you know. I'm disappointed, man. Wish you would just listen to the right people. Like, I'm not doing this out trying to tear you down. I'm literally trying to help you. I'm literally trying to be productive here. So, I mean, yeah. And that's what I'll do for any of our viewers. Oh my god, bro, you just said the, oh my god.
I'm not racist, but let me do like 10 racist things to prove that I am absolutely racist, dude. That's crap, man.
It's not that you can't, I never said you can't have an opinion. And just because you're white doesn't mean you're predisposed to a certain opinion.
What the, like, that is literally, like, how is your skin color make you predisposed to a specific opinion, right? Yes, your skin color affects what you experience on a day in, day out basis, but my opinion is educated because I've taken the time to consistently listen to people that have to face this on a day in, day out basis. I've taken college courses revolving around learning about systematic racism and that type of stuff, and I've listened to the right people. So no, my opinion does not equal yours just because I'm white and you're white. Because I actually care about this issue enough to listen to people of color, which is the main issue you're facing. So no. Like, that is why, that is such a dumb thing for you to say, bro. Like, God.
And we're basically saying, like, let the Black Lives Matters people have their opinion. Don't argue their opinion is wrong, which you're arguing their opinion is wrong. That's all we're saying is you're not in a position to tell them what's more important to them. And yet here you are, keep on saying that they should be focused on other issues. That's all we're saying. And you're somehow arguing that that's not okay to do. I mean, I don't understand how you can't see how ridiculous that sounds. And no, Javo, this is not the longest stream of all time. Thanks, though. He had the whole, you guys are still live? Is this the longest stream of all time?
Go look up our free agency stream from last year. If you want to see the longest stream of all time. The trade deadline stream was like...
We had like a 5-hour stream a week or two ago.
Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, like, I don't know what else we can say. It's on him. It's on him to be a good person and actually try to understand these issues, or at least not pass judgment on what people of color are doing. You know what I mean? Like, in regards to trying to change their own circumstances. You know, like, shoot, man, you don't even have to understand it. But you know, I hope that you would understand it, but you don't even have to understand it. Just don't sit here and judge and tell them their movement is wrong for trying to achieve equality in certain areas. Like, try not, you know, their movement is wrong for highlighting the fact that they get killed on a higher basis than white people. You know, that they're more likely to be killed than white people. They're wrong for trying to pursue change on that. And that's literally the type of stuff he's been saying, man. It's disappointing.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Solar Money, but you're just out of line, man.
They don't talk about those other problems. No, you don't listen enough to understand how systematic racism can affect things, man. Like, it's deeper. It's deeper. The whole crime thing. See, they're not talking about the crime they commit on each other. That's because it's tied to poverty and tied to circumstances which they have to face more often than white people because of systematic racism. Like, it's such a deep problem. Like, I don't even feel comfortable going into the whole systematic racism conversation. Like, that's why you need to listen to a person of color, because they'll go deep.
Again, why are you trying to tell them what should be more important? It's not your right to tell someone else what's more important. Just say, hey guys, respect the movement. Like, yeah, let's get this taken care of, and then let's focus on this other stuff. If you think that's an issue, then, like I said, once we get out of this pandemic, then we can go back to focusing on heart disease or whatever. But you can't solve everything at once when it's been going on for hundreds of years. There's no solution to just getting rid of systemic racism, but we can forced changes, and there has been some changes forced in regards to police and how that's dealt with. And look, I mean, that guy who knelt on George Floyd's head, he wouldn't even have been charged if there wasn't protesting. Like, he would have gotten away with doing that shit.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of problems that you're complaining about solar money are like the tip of the iceberg, right? It's the tip of the iceberg. And there's the whole other iceberg, below the water that you don't see, right? And somebody will try and tell you, man, that's a huge ass iceberg. You know what I mean? Oh no, look at this little bit above the water, right? Why don't we just need to worry about missing that, right? Meanwhile, the iceberg is 3 times as wide deep below the water, right? How did the Titanic sink, bro? Like, I don't know how to put this in an analogy that makes sense, but that is hopefully something that makes sense. A lot of problems you're complaining about are the tip of the iceberg, and you're mad that they're not talking about the tip of the iceberg. But the thing is, people of color will explain to you the whole iceberg. They'll explain to you the whole issue. The whole issue that you don't see below the water. But if you don't listen, you'll still only see the tip of the iceberg. You won't see everything below the water. You won't see the whole iceberg. So,
all right, you're just being completely you're over the top ignorant now, man. Just stop. You're just digging
ridiculous, bro. You need to listen, bro. Swallow your pride and try. Why is it so hard for people to fucking listen? Like, why is that such a hard thing for you to be able to do? To like let go of your own ego and your own opinions and maybe just listen to somebody with an open mind. Like, why is that such a hard thing for you to do? If you can't do that, I assume you're not a good person. Any good person can maybe accept the fact that they might not know everything and be willing to listen to somebody. Like, bro, like, so...
And since you're so into stats, you will see that it is harder for a black person to get a loan than a white person. It's harder for them to get proper health coverage or health treatment even by a doctor or a nurse or whatever, because there's racist doctors and nurses. There's you would see that the stats on that all do not support that systemic racism ended when it became a crime. That doesn't happen.
What do you mean we have to find middle ground, bro? Dude, so if a white person is disagreeing with a black person because the white person is completely obviously racist, does the black person have to work to find middle ground with the racist white person? No, the racist white person shouldn't be racist. What do you mean you have to find middle ground? No, you have to listen, bro. You have to listen to people of color without placing your uneducated opinions on the same level as theirs, right? You don't know as much as a black person when it comes to what a black person faces, right? So your opinion is not as educated as theirs on what they face. But the problem is, you have to find middle ground. You're placing your uneducated opinions on the same level as theirs, or maybe even above theirs. And that's the problem. You don't know what they face. You don't know what they have to deal with, and you won't listen. So that's the whole problem. You are the example. See, you are so clueless. Like, that's the problem. Yes, this is an example as why the country is divided, because you have people like you who refuse to listen to people of color and instead are so egotistical, so prideful that they can't let go of their own opinions. They place their own uneducated opinions about black people on a pedestal and won't listen to black people's opinions on what they have to face.
And again, you're basically saying it's more important to have an important conversation or to find middle ground and have a conversation about it than for someone to be treated equally. There's no middle ground here. Either you treat blacks equally or you're a piece of shit. That's the middle ground. How about that?
Yeah. I mean,
they deserve to be treated equally, or you don't agree with that and there's no middle ground there. Do they deserve to be treated equally or not?
And the only reason I'm still talking about this is because the interactions that I have had with you have been generally, like, enjoyable. You know what I mean? Like,
Obviously, I don't know your prejudices, and I don't know I didn't know before this how uneducated you were on this. But the thing is, I want you to be more educated on this. I want you to listen. I want you to understand these issues, right? That's the only reason I'm sitting here at 1:26 in the morning talking to you about this, bro. It would be better for, if people like you understood, it'd be better for people like you, it'd be better for people of color, it'd be better for the whole entire country. This country would not be as divided. But yet you sit here and say, well, I just have a different opinion and you guys are just arguing it. And that's the whole problem. It's your mindset. I really hope you self-reflect on your mindset. Self-reflect on everything that I've told you today and be honest with yourself. Swallow your damn pride. Swallow your victim complex, because right now you're playing the victim card. You guys are arguing with me and calling me ignorant. Quit that act, right? You're placing yourself you're making yourself out to be the victim here when you're not, when I'm literally just trying to help educate you. I'm literally trying to help you, bro, but somehow you're the victim. I'm making you a victim of something. Right? I hope that all this makes you think, man. Even if it doesn't right now, in the future, I hope this makes you think. I hope that when you see a Black Lives Matter movement, even if, you'll probably still have your uneducated opinions on it, but I hope I pop into your mind and you think about what I've said to you. And then maybe it gets to the point where you're like, you know what? Maybe he was right. Maybe I will listen to a person of color on the shit they have to face every day. Maybe I will listen to them. They're the ones who know what they have to deal with, so obviously not me. So I am going to listen to them. I hope that you get to that point someday. Obviously you're not at that point right now, but I hope that this is somehow productive for you. That's what I'm going to leave this with. So we're going to end the stream on a lighter note. We're going to tune in with chat. We're going to tune in with the rest of chat. Because it's definitely...
Talking about burgers.
Yeah. So, Solar Money, I have nothing left to say to you. I've said everything that's needed to be said. And hopefully this is productive for you. That's literally all I'm going to leave it as. So you don't even need to say anything else. I don't need to say anything else. Stream highlights for this one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's other people out there that would actually listen to what I said. Then maybe it could be productive for something. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by stream highlights, but nah. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to respond to that.
We need to get Damani on a stream where Solomon Yeats on here.
Oh my god. Damani would be pissed.
Yeah, but I feel like he would.
Yeah, probably he would definitely. I mean, obviously, yeah, he would. Damani is somebody that's a big part of that movement, and Damani is one of the best guys I personally know, right? And he's an African American, one of the best people I know, one of the most genuinely enjoyable people to be around, and he is a big part of this movement. And and he's from our forum also. I haven't maybe talked to him or listened to him as much as I possibly could have, but whenever he's talked about this, I'm always listening. I'm always trying to understand his sort of perspective and where he's coming from, because I know he has to deal with stuff that I don't. So yeah, maybe it would have been helpful to have him on here, but I also feel like there's just a lot of people out there that wouldn't even listen to Damani, which is fucking sad. So,
I just have a question to ask Solar Money if he's still here. Do you think black people should be equal or only equal once they stop killing each other?
Yeah. Joseph says these streams are important, but I'm excited to hear you both ranting about Stotts again. Oh, I'm excited to start ranting about Stotts again.
Like I said,
you guys know. You guys know. I say this once again. I am
outspoken. You know, when it comes to anything. Like, the reason I'm outspoken is because I'm confident in, like, my knowledge on things. Sometimes I'm outspoken about stuff that I probably don't understand enough, but I'm always open to learning more about anything. And I am willing to admit that I might not know enough. I mean, me and Eric got into it about about the Blazers firing people, and in the end, I was like, you know what? I don't know everything about this. I want to, like, you know, I mean, I'm open to being wrong. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong.
And then you got an argument with Twitter on the opposite side the next day. Or not really an argument, but like...
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, I didn't understand, like, being... I didn't understand being upset over it. I was just, like, questioning it. So, from the start, I still didn't understand why people were upset, because there are a lot of variables, and I, you know, admitted that. But yeah, I mean, you guys know I'm outspoken, and it doesn't stop at basketball. Like, the thing is, I also know when to shut up when I need to. You know, if I was on a stream with Damani and I started explaining, you know, when we're talking about, you know, racial issues, and if I started explaining something in, like, the wrong way, you know, maybe I wasn't wording things right, and he told me to stop talking so he could talk, I would do that 100%, because that man knows, that man's a person of color. It's what he has to deal with. So obviously he has to deal with it directly. The only way I can understand it is by listening to him. So of course I'm going to shut up and listen. So, yeah, so I'm somebody that's, like, I'm outspoken, but I always try and know what I'm talking about. In regards to basketball especially. You know what I mean? I'm so outspoken and I'm so, like, confident in my opinions and stuff because I've spent so much time trying to learn the game through playing basketball, through studying film, through just watching basketball. I've tried so hard to learn everything I can about the game of basketball. I've watched hours of coaching clinics online to try and, you know, find coaches that I'd like to be coach of the Portland Trailblazers. That's why I'm an Etor Messina fan. A lot of you guys probably don't know who that is, but I've watched hours of his coaching clinics on YouTube, you know? So that's why it does upset me when somebody like Chad Doing is calling me an idiot on air or on Twitter, calling me a donkey, calling me a clown, because I know that I've put in a lot more effort than he has into, like, learning the game of basketball. You know what I mean? And the thing is, once you start saying that, it comes across as like, oh, you're just being cocky. You think you know more than anybody. But the thing is, like, I've tried to learn everything. And he's knowledgeable. You know what I mean? But, like, he covers football, covers baseball, like, covers a bunch of different things. And I don't know. I guess it sounds bad, but I am confident in my basketball knowledge matched up against anybody in, like, the media, matched up against pretty much anybody that I've had a conversation with, because I have tried so hard to learn as much as possible. So some people think that's cocky. For me, it's just like, I try and understand what I'm talking about. I try and know everything I'm talking about. And that's why I'm outspoken on things, is because I have confidence in myself, because I know that I'm somebody who can admit when I'm wrong. I'm somebody who wants to learn as much as he can about anything he's talking about. So that's why I have enough confidence to be a bit outspoken on certain things. And when it comes to the whole racial issue going on right now, I've listened to people of color. I've listened and tried as hard as I can to understand the issues that they go through. I'll never ever have 100% understanding, because I don't experience. The only way you can have 100% understanding is if you actually experience it. So I will never, ever, ever know more than somebody like Damani, who I was just talking about, than a person of color, right? But I can know a bit about what they're going through if I actually listen to them and I actually try my best to understand them. So I just wish more people did the same. But that's why I'm a bit outspoken, if that all makes sense, if that all ties together. I don't know.
Even if you're not willing to learn or listen, it still comes down to me, like, you shouldn't judge what other people feel is best for them. Like, they're telling you this is a problem. It's a problem. A black person shouldn't have to be worried about getting killed um, and that's a problem. So, like, whether you like agree with it or not, you have to at least recognize that it's a problem, and it shouldn't be a problem. They should absolutely not be killed. Like, whether even if George Floyd was using a counterfeit 20, I don't even think that was proven, but even if he was, he doesn't deserve to die for that. He doesn't deserve to be beaten for that. Like, if you or I went to a place and got busted with a fake counterfeit bill, we probably end up get a slap on the wrist. I don't even know if we'd be arrested. We probably get like banned from the store or something, and like the police might come and talk to us or something, but there's no way we're getting tackled or beaten right in that situation. So, and this is coming from someone who has actually had stuff like that happen to them, but that's a story for another day. But it's just realize that at the end of the day, we all deserve to be equal. And that's like anything other than that is not acceptable. And if you are trying to say that you're against what they're fighting for, you're basically saying that you think they should be able to be killed by police and shouldn't be equal and should be able to be oppressed. And I don't agree with that at all. And that's a horrible way to look at things. So, like, even if you know nothing about the subject, just know that these people aren't being treated equally and they deserve to be. And I don't know how anyone can disagree with that stance.
1,000%.
It's just mind-boggling.
1,000%. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, like, my whole spiel was, I feel like a lot of people think I'm cocky because I'm outspoken, but it's really kind of from a place of humbleness, because it takes humility. It takes being humble to realize that you don't know everything. A lot of people think they know so much more than they actually do. It takes a bit of humility to know that you can always learn something about something, and then it takes even more humility to be willing to accept different evidence that might change your mind. It takes humility to learn things, to be willing to educate yourself on certain things. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people have their opinions and they don't want to change those opinions. A lot of people don't want to be shown that their opinion might not be the most educated one. You know, they might completely refuse evidence that their opinion is uneducated. You know, a lot of people don't have the humility in order to change their opinions. You know, they aren't willing to move off their stance, even if there's legitimate reasoning for them to. And that is why, me being outspoken is from a place of humility, because I feel like, and I've always tried to be this way, I am willing to change my opinions. I am willing to listen to people with different opinions. Like, sure, somebody might say Melo is quick enough to guard point guards. Like, that's just, there are some things that are so far out there, it's not true. But I always try and educate myself and listen and absorb as much information as I can. And that's why I'm outspoken. That's what gives me the confidence to be outspoken on certain things, is because I am willing to listen to other people if they bring a legitimate discussion to the table, if they're not just being ridiculous, if they're not just being clearly uneducated. I don't know. Solar Money, quit talking, man. Just quit digging your hole deeper, bro. I'm not going to remove any of your comments, so I'm not going to put you on a 300-second timeout, but yeah, no. Nobody's talking to you anymore, bro. I don't know. It takes a humble person to be willing to change their opinions, willing to accept new information. So because I'm willing to do that, that gives me the confidence to be outspoken. I feel like a lot of people just think like, oh, this guy thinks he knows everything. I'm confident in what I know because I'm willing to listen and willing to educate myself. Because I'm not just going to have one opinion and automatically stick to it no matter what.
if that makes sense. I probably didn't explain that the best, but hopefully I explained it well enough for you guys to understand. Nobody talk to Solar Money anymore, man. Everything I'm just from now on I'm removing any comment he posts. We're not having.
I kind of want his comments to be here so when people watch it backwards.
I mean, he's posted enough. He's posted enough where it's like. That's why I end on a more positive note. I don't know. A lot of people probably didn't understand what I meant by what I was talking about with me being outspoken. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people see outspoken people and think they're just automatically cocky because they speak up on things or automatically think they know it all because they have confidence in their knowledge. But a lot of times, the reason they have confidence in their knowledge is because they have the humility to learn. That's my whole point on that. Anyway. Solar Money quit playing that victim card, bro. I told you to stop posting, man. There's a reason I'm telling you to stop posting. Because we've said everything that's needed to be said. And you've shown your whole entire mindset. So what more is there to be said? There's nothing more to be said on it. That's why I'm telling you to stop posting. You've already made your opinion very, very obvious. So you don't need to post it anymore. Because I want to end this. It's 1:42, so I want to get off soon, but I want to end this note on I want to end this stream on a more positive note. Okay? And if you post in the comment section, it's going to be impossible to do that. So don't post. I don't care. You can DM Trevin on Discord. You're talking in my chat, so yes, you are talking to me. You can, if you want to talk straight to Trevin without us present, then DM him in Discord.
I doubt Trevin wants that.
Yeah, I mean, Trevin, you can always block or whatever. I don't know, but yeah. I'm just saying. If you want to have a conversation with somebody without us being present, go DM them on Discord. You're on Discord, bro. But don't pull that, I'm not talking to you guys. You're talking in our live stream chat. Like, come on, bro. Pop Smoke is the guy who, he died. Wow, I'm like, let's end it on a positive note, and then we're talking about Pop Smoke. He died a couple months ago. 3 months ago. I forget how long ago it was. I never really heard of any of his music. I didn't listen to his new album. I heard little snippets of his music. It didn't really sound like it was for me. I know that like a lot of artists become bigger after they pass. I don't know why. I mean, like, I kind of get it. But it's almost like people that wouldn't give them a chance, like, once an artist passes on. Honestly, I did that with Juice WRLD, I'm not going to lie. I became a lot more of a Juice WRLD fan after what happened with him. Just because, like, I never really gave his music a chance before, and then when it happened, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to listen to this guy. So maybe that's the same with Pop Smoke. But I haven't listened to it, Alvaro. My apologies. I'll listen to his album. I'll listen to his album with an open mind. I'm not, like, a big Juice WRLD fan. I'm still not an X fan, you know? It's like, I'm not going to let somebody's, like, passing make... I don't know. I'm not going to lie to myself and say I like their music just because somebody passed, you know? You can appreciate somebody's art, too, and not necessarily, like, be, like, have it be for you, if that makes sense. Like, I can appreciate the art that goes into a song that I may not like, if that makes sense. So... because I've always been creative, so I appreciate art. Even if I'm not, like, super interested in looking at a painting, I can appreciate the art that goes into it. What about you, Eric? You listen to...
I haven't heard Pop Smoke's album, though. I don't listen to a lot of full albums anymore.
Yeah, neither do
Just
I.
like individual songs sometimes, but...
That's a very, like, 70s, 80s, 90s, maybe early 2000s type of thing. Now it's just, like, individual songs, yeah. Because a lot of like hip hop albums just don't tell a story, you know. Like,
yeah.
like in middle school, I was a Coldplay fan, which I can't stand Coldplay now. But I was, I had a lot of preteen angst, so I was a Coldplay fan. And the thing I'll still give credit for them is their albums told a story. Just like the types of songs, the mood of the songs, it's like it told a story throughout. A lot of hip hop albums just seem so randomly put together. There's no point to even listen to it from like first song, second song, third song, all the way through the last song. There are full albums that I'll download because enough of the songs of it are good. The last 2 Eminem albums I had fully downloaded because enough of the songs were good. I'll listen to the album, maybe not like all the way through in one go, but I'll listen to the songs probably out of order, but I'll listen to it. I'll give it a chance because I've seen people talking about it. So Lupe Fiasco is an exception. What is your favorite music, Eric?
This is gonna sound cheesy, but right now I still love 80s music.
Oh, that's completely respectable. You're 40, 41. I'm sure you and Chad Doing would just.
I like cheesy. Yeah, I like.
I'm sure you and him, you guys would just could talk about music all day.
So here,
because I know he loves his 80s.
Early to late 90s, I was into rap.
Mm-hmm.
There was a period in the mid 90s where I was into like rock a little bit, like Metallica, all that kind of stuff. And then I had like a dance club type phase for a while back in my early 20s. And yeah, I still love like 90s rap. I still love rock from that time as well, and then I love 80s cheesy music.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Alvaro, Lil Peep, and X are not the Tupac and Biggie of our times. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Like it feels weird, like talking about people like that are dead, but they are not Tupac and Biggie. They are not Tupac and Biggie, man. Tupac and Biggie were like.
Speaking of telling stories,
like iconic, man. Like I don't even know how to describe it, bro. A lot of people didn't even know who Lil Peep and X were before they died. Like people knew Tupac and Biggie. I feel like I was like 4 at the time, but I feel like Tupac and Biggie. Like if J. Cole died right now, like he may get close to like that stature. Would you agree with that, Eric? Like.
Yeah, there's
like people look back on him like, oh, he was the like Tupac of the 2010s. J. Cole, if like J. Cole passed away, you know.
See, yeah, it's just it's weird comparing, because I feel like with social media and all these ways to put out music nowadays. It's so diluted with so many good rappers and stuff that it's hard for one to stand out so much. Mm-hmm. Whereas like Tupac and Biggie and, Dre and Snoop and even before their time, some of those rappers from the 80s, like there wasn't that many of them that were mainstream. So like, like they were it for rap for a while, like at least good rap that people could like listen to and stuff. So like, if you liked rap, you liked those people. Whereas now there's like 50 different rappers you could say like, oh, I like this. And like everyone here could be like, oh, I like this person. And like, oh, that person sucks or whatever. But like back then there was like East Coast, West Coast thing. But like, other than that, like if you like West Coast rap, you pretty much like the main people that had West Coast rap, and same with East Coast. But there just wasn't that much availability to all these people. So like I don't think anyone will ever be as big as when there's just one person being played on like has one rap song that gets played on all the radio stations. Like Snoop Dogg's first album with Interscope and like. I don't know. It's hard to like compare. Like I said, people don't listen to full albums really that much anymore. So
the thing,
Yeah, it's easy for people to access a lot of music for a cheap price now too. Like I can pay $10 a month to Google Play Music and listen to any song I want to, you know.
Yeah.
But he said
sometimes it's hard to even choose like what music you want to listen to.
Listen to anything. He said for this generation, they are, in my opinion, they both changed the game. Peep and X were so influential online, where most young people spend their time. Bro, I'm online all the time. I honestly cannot think of a Lil Peep song off the top of my head. I honestly can't. I can think of multiple Biggie and Tupac songs off the top of my head. Maybe not even the names for them, but like the tunes. Like, you know what I mean? Like you play many different Biggie and Pac songs, I'd recognize it. And they weren't from my time. My time was like Peep and X, right? I feel like Lil Peep and X became a lot more mainstream because of their passing, which might sound like a bad thing to say, but as I've said, like when somebody passes, a lot of people hear about it and then they go back and listen to their music. That's what I did with Juice WRLD. Like that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of Peep and X, I mean, you can have that opinion. It's a fine opinion to have. Just from what I've seen, they're not. They didn't have like, I don't know. They didn't seem to have much influence until after they passed, where Tupac and Biggie had a ton of influence before they passed. Like they were the biggest. Like they were. Like J. Cole has had a lot of influence, you know what I mean? I don't even think he's been as influential as Tupac or Biggie. As Eric's explained, like I don't think anybody alive in hip-hop today is as influential as Tupac and Biggie were. And I think the circumstances that Eric explained with how music is today, it might not be possible for anybody to ever be as influential as Tupac and Biggie were. So yeah, I wouldn't compare anybody to them.
I mean, who would you say is the most like mainstream rapper today? Someone like Drake, maybe.
Drake, J. Cole.
Yeah.
People love Kendrick, but he doesn't put out anywhere near as much music as he. Honestly, a lot of people would put Kendrick in their top 3.
No, okay. So maybe I misstated the question. So I'm not talking about like best rapper or like who's like top of their game. I'm saying just like from like who most people know who they are, even if you're not like a rap fan or like because I don't think Kendrick Lamar, like a lot of people even know who that is if you're not like a big rap fan.
And they might recognize his name and think he might be an athlete or something, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
So yeah, today, I mean, Drake is well known. God, who else?
Let's ask Trevor. Name a rapper you know.
Lil Wayne was pretty influential. Eminem is pretty widely known. Like, but Eminem came up.
I feel like it's kind of past his prime because that's more like my time period. You know, like
his last 2 albums were absolutely amazing.
Once again,
he came back. He went through a stretch where I didn't even like him, and his last 2 albums he killed it. But yeah, he came up early 2000s, so he came up during a time where it wasn't this landscape. So if you're just talking about like people that came up in this current landscape, you couldn't even say Lil Wayne because he was before this landscape. Eminem sucks though. Destrop, you're tripping, bro. His last 2 albums suck. Kamikaze and God, what was the other one? Music to Murder By or whatever, I forget. His last 2 albums were phenomenal. I don't know what you're talking about. The albums before that, I would see why somebody doesn't like them. I forgot. God, I don't see. That's the thing. It's like I know, like, recognize any song off those 2, but like I don't know album names because you don't listen to albums all the way through. So sometimes it's hard to even like think of the album name because I just listen to it on my playlist. Like,
it's like I know this is a rap, but like in the 80s, you had like Michael Jackson, right? And when he released an album, it was like an event. Like, I know it's like social media, like Pop Smoke album comes out, and everyone's like, can't wait till midnight when the Pop Smoke album's out or whatever. But like, you had like everyone turn into MTV to watch his like premiere of the music video for his first song, and like he was everywhere. Like, So you had like music videos, which you don't really have that. I know people still make music videos, but they don't like no one really watches them. Um, but like it's just like it's impossible for like people to even be so focused on one individual now. I think it's just it's impossible to explain, but like every single person knew who Michael Jackson was, and
Yeah.
like a majority of them wanted to see like his next song and like his next move and stuff like that. Whereas like now, like you have like pretty divided on who likes
Yeah.
who and like who.
You have a lot sharper like peaks and valleys. I feel like nowadays too
Yeah.
than you used to. Like Adele was here for a bit, but who listens to anything new she puts out? You know what I mean? Like she became very very mainstream, and then like went straight back to obscurity. Like to a lesser extent, Iggy Azalea for like a second was like really mainstream, and then now like who listens to anything she puts out at all? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot sharper like peaks and valleys. I feel like Fetty Wap is another good example. Shoot, even back like I'm not sure if you guys will even know who this is, but like back to the early 2010s, uh, Roscoe Dash was somebody that, like not mainstream, but a lot of music people knew, and he fell off like that. There's a number of artists that will like peak. Fetty Wap is a great example. He, dude, like when he came out in college, like that was the number one guy everybody was playing at like every party I went to, and every time he came on, people got so hyped. What has that dude's done since like 2016? You know what I mean? Adele's still widely popular. Yeah, she's popular, but not anywhere near like what she was. I feel like, and Fetty Wap's probably a better example than any of the other ones I listed. Like, bro, he was the shit, like the number one guy for like 2016, for like end of 2015, start of 2016, and then dude's just gone. Like, I don't even know if I think he just put out a new album and like no buzz. You know what I mean? Like nothing. So I feel like to become like really well known, you have to maintain the peak. You know, you have to maintain that peak level of success for a while. And nowadays, for whatever reason, it seems like the peaks and valleys. You know, it's hard to maintain that level, that top level of success for a while. And the only one who's really done that is in like the last like 6-7 years is Drake and J. Cole. Even Eminem, when before his last two albums, was dipping. Like people were shitting on him. Lil Wayne barely puts anything out. It seems like, you know, Kendrick Lamar could maintain that level of success, but he doesn't put anything out. Like he hasn't put anything out in I don't know how long. So the only two that have like are really well known are like Drake and J. Cole, but Drake is definitely more known. Of course, Drake had his acting days and might be more well known from that too. But yeah,
Teo Cruz.
New
so
Boys. You remember T. Travis Porter or T. whatever it was? Oh god, the early 2010s. The music was so bad, but like I liked it so much at the time.
just to be clear, Alvaro, I'm not saying necessarily that the music is worse or because it's decentralized. I'm just saying I don't think individuals can be as centrally popular as they
Yeah.
were back when stuff happened. It's like, it kind of goes back to the Michael Jordan thing. Like, if you were live, and of the age to like you could truly appreciate Michael Jordan, it's hard to ever think that someone could be better than that on a basketball court. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, YouTube rap is getting better.
hey, in a short time we'll have some additions by
Oh my
one Tory
God.
Jones and Eric
Oh
Brandt,
my
right?
I mean, it's something that I could low key see being like a hobby of mine if I was good enough at it. Like something that I would like try to like do, like try and put out an album once a year. Like if I was good enough at it, which I think I don't know. So I haven't like really fully tried. So that's the thing. Like, hey, where's your song? Where's your track? Like, bro, when I make that track, and I am going to make it, like, I'm legitimately trying to be as like serious about it. I'm legitimately trying to put out something good. The thing is, I've never ever like tried to record a full song, so I'm completely new to it. So I might completely spectacularly fail at it, but I'm going to try to put something out legitimate. So I don't know. I mean, it just seems like something fun. Like if I did it as a hobby, I wouldn't be too serious about it, but I'd also like try and be like, legitimately put out stuff that people enjoy, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Dame's last album was like legitimately solid, I thought. Dame's last album was like had like a distinct feel to it, and his flows were a lot more crisp, a lot more on point. The lyricism wasn't as good as his previous two albums, but I felt like the sound, like the production quality was better his last album. And he had a, even though it was like more like pandering to the mainstream because it was catchy, it was still catchy, a lot more catchy than the previous two albums, I thought. What'd you think of Dame's last album?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. I'd love to see him grow on that and like kind of incorporate some of the lyricism he had from his first two albums into incorporate that with kind of like some of the catchiness and like the style he had for his third album. I would still like to see him diversify his flow a little bit, kind of experiment with the rhythm, with the flow, and try and be a little bit more creative with that. I feel like if he just did that, he could be legitimately mainstream because he has a good delivery, he has a good voice for it, he has a swagger for it, he has, he's Damian Lillard. Like, I think he'll get there, man. And it might be after his career that he really like legitimately grinds like that, which would be dope, man. Imagine that, like after, like he wouldn't have to do anything for money, bro, because these super maxes be paying that man a shit ton. But like, how dope would that be? Like a lot of NBA players retire and don't know what to do. That man could work out his rap career, maybe go on tour. I don't know. That'd be dope. That'd be dope. Or he can replace Terry Stotts, and we can all rejoice, even though Dame might not be a good coach because he'd probably just do what Terry Stotts did. You getting tired?
Yeah, I gotta get up at 7 again.
All right. Well, thank you guys for listening. I ain't get something to drink. My voice is sore. This stream has been a journey. A lot of different. I mean, every time we go into a stream where it's like we don't know what we're going to talk about, never know what to expect. So this was definitely one of those streams. Max Kellerman rap video. I think I heard it, and it honestly didn't sound terrible. I'm gonna have to look that up after this. I forget. I think I have heard it. Death stream. Yeah, it's late, man. Best stream of all time, in my opinion. Why was it the best stream of all time, Death stream? I'm curious.
The content, I think, is
like the fact that we spoke out against a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of real life bullshit, or like just the entertainment. I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is, speaking out, like, I try and entertain, but like speaking out on that type of shit, it wasn't even like really to entertain. It was to try and set a precedent and maybe get Solar Money to listen, and try and explain things in a way for him to like understand enough to be willing to listen. Mm-hmm. And I was hoping that coming from me, he would actually be willing to listen, but obviously not. But like, that's a lot of things I do for entertainment. Beefing on Twitter, like, a lot of it might be kind of serious, but I also know it's probably entertaining to follow along with, so that's like a good part of it. I think that was just purely like just trying to send the right message. But if it was entertaining, like, okay,
Trevor says hashtag it on a high note. I'll switch it back. So I know you guys are just going to answer yes because you want to hear me rap, but do you feel like it's piling on if I make a rap about people's mix?
They're gonna say, no, it's not piling on.
No, do it, man. Come on.
I
That's what I
mean,
said.
bro, he went at you so hard and was so like ridiculous with it, but I feel like you could do anything and it still wouldn't be piling on.
Yeah.
Like that man brought up your wife, bro. Like you don't cross lines and start rapping about family, bro. Like even
still
even
love
even people beefing, like even legitimate rappers that are like legitimately beefing don't do that. Like that's like the line you don't cross as a man. Like that man, that People's Mix proved he maybe it would be piling on because by doing that he proved he's just an absolute child. Like, because that's like a line you don't cross. Even if you're beefing, even if you hate somebody, you do not cross that line, bro.
Do you nice to do you miss the beginning of last stream too?
He made a rap on Eric. Yeah, we banned People's Mix for life from everything,
hey,
bro.
Hey, the word of wife.
Go.
No, man. That's wrong, Trevin, because he said something about how he guarantees she's not happy, like married to someone who owns a party store, and that if he was with her, he'd make her his whore or something like that. Like, didn't make a lot of sense, but like,
So
how is that not? How could it not be talking about my wife?
Yeah, he was talking about, fuck that guy. Like, shoot, man. I'd love for him to say that to Eric's face in front of me, too, because that man ain't staying on his feet. That's all I gotta say.
We have a lot of beef, People's Mix and I. And he backed out of a bet, which is fine, but, like, I don't know how it got started, but I was the one who mentioned that I was playfully going to make a diss track on him, and then he took it all seriously and wanted to get his version out before I did, even though I wasn't even being serious about it. I forgot even what the argument was about. But he gave like a preview of his, and he since deleted it. But like it was so bad. It was like funny because it was so bad. Like it wasn't
save
even
the video, and then every time I could disagree with you on stream, I could just play like the soundbite of "Eric has small dick."
I know. I wish we.
Oh god, I'm so
find
stupid for not saving that.
But
it's gone now.
But then so I don't know if you know this story, but he then had like a stream of his own where he basically was talking about his lyrics to his song he's writing, and that that section of it that you saw, like he said that he had like way more serious stuff, and he's just going to release this. Instead of rapping the serious stuff, he's just going to release it as words because he doesn't want it to get too serious.
What's more serious? He's literally talking shit about your wife. The fuck?
See, here's what happened. He started to write rhymes and rap, and he realized how bad it was. So then he was like, "Oh, I'm just going to be the better man and not put this out now." But like, it's just because he sucks at rapping, I bet, not because he.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen to the beginning of last stream for anyone who wants to know what we're talking about. But but yeah, so I was gonna do a rap song, but I feel like it's kind of piling on. But I also I feel like it's so good that I want to release it too. But yeah.
I wrote lyrics for him too. I wrote lyrics for him too. I think some of the lyrics are pretty good. I literally wrote it while I was working, while I was driving, so I didn't even put in that much thought into them. But it's definitely better than the crap he had. And my stuff actually makes some sense, and it's actually clever. So I don't know. It would be funny, and I know people want to see that shit. Caleb, we're talking about People's Mix. We're ending, bro. You've missed a wild stream all around.
Hopefully you're not racist.
Yeah, if you're not racist, it'll be fine. But if you are racist, you might feel attacked. Because that's what we were dealing with. In a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The lines I've written, I want to like get out there so bad because I feel like they're good, but yeah.
Yeah, release it as words, bro. The thing is not the same if you release it as words.
Yeah, I don't want to release it as words.
We could do a beat switch with me and then Eric, or Eric then me, or something. I don't know. Or we could release two. Because I probably would only make mine like a minute. I ain't gonna go that hard. But probably release two different stuff. And we would probably just post it to the Discord. Like an unlisted YouTube link on like our extra channel. And just post a link to the Discord. So only the people in the Discord would get to hear. Because I know like everybody that's talking right now is in the Discord.
Here's the problem, though. Someone would post it on Twitter.
Well, I just delete the video. I just post in.
Yeah.
I just say keep it between us. This is our. Because nobody else. Why would people even post? Somebody probably would. But like nobody on Twitter would understand the context behind it all. That's the problem.
If I do it, I want People's Mix to hear it, though.
Oh, yeah. We'd have to get it to People's Mix. Well, one of you guys would go to his Discord and post the link there. And he could hear it. And then we'd... You could come up with, like, literally the best diss track ever. And People's Mix, his reaction would be, bro, that was so trash, man. I'm going to destroy this man with my track. And you know what I mean? Like, that is 100% going to be the reaction. You know? Like...
Yeah, did you hear what he said after he banned me?
What?
Oh, Eric, or after I blocked him on Twitter, he said, Eric blocked me on Twitter because he couldn't handle it or something like that. I'm still shooting 100% from the field.
Yeah, just like Westbrick thinks he's shooting 100% from the field. Thing is, he ain't even as efficient as Westbrick. God, man. You know, like all this stuff he's saying, he would not say in our presence, bro. Like. Don't say something on the internet if you wouldn't say it to my face, to Eric's face. Like, if you want to, like, act like you're just some macho guy, if you're some man, don't write stuff or say stuff that you wouldn't say to my face. Like, anything I say on Twitter, I'd say it to that person's face. Like, I don't say stuff that I wouldn't say to somebody's face. I mean, unless it's like a troll on Twitter and I'm trolling them back, but that's different. You know what I mean? That's just a troll. Like, that's not serious in the beginning. You know what I mean? If I'm talking to some kid from OKC about him, you know, OKC being a shitty place to live. Like, that's just trolling, right? If we're going to, like, seriously shit talk, like, I'm not going to... Everything I've said to Chad Doing, I'd say to his face, right? I haven't even said anything bad to Chad Doing. The thing is, I don't think Chad Doing would call me an idiot to my face, so that's why I have a problem with him calling me an idiot on Twitter. Don't say something on the internet if you wouldn't say it to my face. People's Mix is literally like, bro, he would not say any of this stuff to our faces. You're going to tell me you're going to go up to 6'6" Eric Brandt. Male Eric Brandt. Shoot, and if I'm by Eric Brandt, I'm 6'4", right? And I've gained a little bit of weight since the pandemic started. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Yeah, I know we're just two YouTubers, but like we're pretty big people. I don't think People's Mix would be standing there all alone saying the type of stuff in front of us. I mean, I ain't even saying we're going to do anything. I'm just saying I don't think he'd want to. Because, yeah, no. And People's Mix that's not what we were talking about. There's two completely unrelated things, Caleb. You'd have to rewatch the stream to know. We talked about some political stuff. We talked about the coronavirus a lot. Probably more than we ever have on any stream. We talked about the social, racial stuff more than we ever have on any stream. So, yeah. Yeah, People's Mix just hella disrespectful. I don't mess with it. I laugh at it. It's funny. It's funny to me. So, like, we were talking about, let's end the stream on a high note. It's funny how, like, talking about People's Mix shit-talking us is like ending the stream on a high note just because it's so comical. You know what I'm saying? You looking all badass with that backwards hat, man. I started talking about People's Mix wouldn't say anything to Eric's face. Eric's like...
Turning the hat backwards, leaning back.
Oh yeah, we forgot about your dating advice at the beginning.
Oh yeah, that was the first
That
20
was so
minutes of
long
our
ago.
stream. Caleb, I gave Zacho dating advice, bro. I think it was golden advice, man. I just saying.
Good times.
Sometimes I wonder, what if I like started dating a girl and she found my channel?
I wonder what happened to Zach.
Zach was like, all right.
He's been gone since that first 20.
Oh, yeah, I think he was going to bed. He's like, I gotta get this advice. I don't know, man. Hey,
Maybe he,
slid in at like midnight with our advice and it worked.
Hamza, man, what's up?
Shoot, man. If my
He's the third person to come in here and not jokingly say we're still going.
yeah,
We're still
literally, it's like how many times do people have to say that to like actually expect us to still be going? Because I swear, like every stream, we have the same like 3-4 people that come in and be like, "You guys are still live. We're still going." It's like, look at the last like 5 streams we've had. They've all been like 3 hours plus. That's the late night streams. I mean, like, Eric got to sleep because he got to wake up at 7, so I got to log off. But, like, what else am I going to do? Maybe make a video, but, like, honestly, like, I've been working so much. Bro, I worked, like, 10-hour days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which Eric's probably like, I work 10 hours days. Every day running my business. I'm just saying, like, driving 10 hours a day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I've been worn out. So, the whole, like, coming home and I don't know. I don't have the mental energy to like sit down and make a video because I like to just have whenever I record a video, I like to have a certain amount of just energy, if that makes sense. Like I like to have a certain energy. And
you have to be in a mood to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So like after working all day, I'm not in that mood. So like I've definitely been slacking on the content. So I'll try and get that back. I'm grinding work, guys. I'm grinding work. I made $1,200 last week, so I'm trying to rent a house by myself, which is really hard to do. Like, I gotta work like 50 hours or more a week in order to do that, in order to make enough money to be able to do that. I'm hoping that once I do rent a house, I'll have enough saved where I only have to work 35 hours a week or 30 hours a week instead of 50 plus in order to like comfortably live in that house. Because I should have enough money saved by August to be able to comfortably rent that house and pay off 3-4 months. Because I'm barely spending anything. I did buy Eric his merch, so that should be covered.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Because honestly, like before that, I didn't really have money to even. I was broke for so long. So now I actually have money, man. I still gotta try and hire somebody for stream highlights, but that's something that I will do. I will post it. I'll make sure to do it right after this. That is what I'm going to do tonight. So for any of those of you who don't know, right? I know the content has been, Tori, you really make $1,200 a week with DoorDash? Yeah, working like 55 to 60 hours and 4th of July, which I made a lot more money because I was working the night of 4th of July. I gave up my whole entire 4th of July to work. It was kind of cold driving around.
Smart man.
Yeah. Dude, it's hard to be that self-disciplined. But that's like something that I've made a priority, is to just be more self-disciplined. It's hard to, you give up a holiday and work it, and everybody else is having fun. Like, that's tough. Like, it was kind of depressing. But I got goals and I'm chasing them. So if we get Tori from Uber Eats, as technically we don't have to tip because we technically tip for the wrap, #BigBrain. Well, I'm not even from Uber Eats, so that doesn't even apply to anything. But yeah, I made $1,200 a week, and a lot of that was working the weekend of 4th of July, which people tip more because it was the 4th of July and that type of stuff. But that's like kind of my goal right now, is to make that much money. It is hard on your car. Like, there are downsides to it. It is really nice money. It is more money than people think you get from that, but I'm like physically tired. But I will, going back to my original point, the content has been, pretty much non-existent over on the main channel. A way that I can get you guys content without actually, like, since I'm making more money right now, since I'm struggling to make more content because I'm spending so much time working, what I can do is I can spend money to have somebody edit stream highlights to get you guys out some entertaining content. So I'm going to post on, like, what is it, Fiverr? Is that what it's called?
The like,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think it's like a place where you can hire people to do like different jobs over the internet for you. So have somebody like edit videos for you, or have somebody design logos, or have somebody do voiceovers or that type of stuff. So like I'm going to post an ad on there looking for somebody to edit stream highlight videos, and instead of spending the time where I don't really have the energy to do it, instead I'll spend the money that I'm making from working this much to try and get you stream highlights. And honestly, it'd be more enjoyable for me to watch those. So thing is, I'm willing to pay 150 people if it's $150, $200 in order for the right person to put out a good video. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna just like spend money on just some random person that's gonna put out crap. I'm gonna try and legitimately make them good. So yeah, I'm sure those videos would be super, super entertaining, man. And if we could get some out before the start of the comeback of the season, it could be good like promotional material for our post game streams and that type of stuff. So I might pay more than 150. I don't know. But like I'm willing to shell out money for you guys, even though I won't make anything close to much. I'm gonna shell it out for you guys. You guys have donated and done Patreon and that type of stuff in the past, so it's just giving back to you guys. And I want to see them because I know there's a lot of really good moments. I remember that rant about Panda Express or something that I went on. I don't even remember what I said. I want to see what I said because like moments like that. I've got a lot of good moments that I don't remember what was said. It would be entertaining to see those back. So anyway, I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you guys for watching. Kind of crazy that we still got 16 viewers at 2:22 in the morning. So shout out to all you guys who make this channel so great. And I'll catch you guys later. As always, good night, peace out, go Blazers.